guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I do believe that's the point where I'm supposed to jump in here and say, hi there. There you go. Hi there. How we doing? Happy Friday. At least that's the direction we're headed. Time zone to time zone, work our way into the 17th day of September for 2021. So I hope you've had a good week. Gearing up for a big weekend for the pooling fans out there, the truck and tractor pools, as top 100 poolers all around the country roll into Urbana, Ohio. Champaign County Fairgrounds, one big day. Yeah, they call it the Enderley Memorial Pull-Off. Final stop for the Hot Shot Secret on the NTPA Tour. Again, this is the end of the season. It's an all-star event, essentially. That's where you have the best of the best. The top 100 poolers, you know, all vying for over $100,000 in prize money. And it looks like it should be a very pleasant weekend. Weather-wise, Mother Nature looks to be bringing a beautiful weekend in that direction. So we'll take that. Saw a little cool off this week after starting the week with that last gasp of summer-like weather. We saw some 90s last weekend in this region. Yeah, beginning to feel a little more like fall. Meanwhile, let's start in the tropics once again tonight. We've been talking all week long about the potential development. What could be our next tropical system? You can see the circulation. It's not well defined. It's just off the coastal areas of the Carolinas. A lot of precip out there. still dubbed Invest 96L by the National Hurricane Center, just off the East Coast. And they say this could become the next tropical depression or storm at any time as we wind up the work week here. Although it's expected to remain out to sea, it will undoubtedly stir some dangerous impacts along the Atlantic coast on into the weekend. They've actually been watching this since last weekend. It's drifted to within a couple hundred miles off the Carolina coast as of Thursday. Satellite images reveal that circulation has developed in the lowest part of the atmosphere. That's where your tropical systems dwell. It's been struggling a bit to get its act together. You've had some disruptive northerly winds, some dry air in the vicinity there. There's other factors that will favor strengthening, though, with this being the waters in the Gulf Stream are in the 80s offshore the Carolinas and near 80 off the mid-Atlantic coast. Depending on how quickly the wind shear drops off, it's got a fairly high chance of becoming a tropical system and storm at any time through the upcoming day. Now, technically, I don't believe I've got the 11 p.m. update. It could. I'll have to check the latest, see if they've actually designated as a tropical depression or storm just yet. But next name on the list would be Odette, followed by Peter. Forecasters believe while the center of the system will stay offshore of the mid-Atlantic and New England regions, there's enough circulation that's going to stir the winds, bring some waves propagating outward on into Saturday. So that's going to create some moderate wave action, more frequent and stronger rip currents than you'd typically see in the month of September. So for the beachgoers and the boaters from the Carolinas all the way up to Massachusetts, pay attention to the advisories. Along with the gusty breezes and rough surf conditions, you could see some minor coastal flooding at times of high tide, Friday, Saturday. Now, as the system develops and strengthens, wave action is going to be increasing, even if it turns away from the coast of New England this weekend. It's also expected to send some showers and thunderstorms over the eastern portions of North Carolina. At the same time, showers and thunderstorms will erupt along a front in the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England that could be enhanced by the offshore storm. Any of these downpours can bring the localized flash flooding, some strong wind gusts. Looks like the vast majority of the heavy rain and severe thunderstorms will remain offshore at this point in time. All right, rough surf, showers, thunderstorms likely to impact Bermuda into the weekend, as the storm may also track close enough to Atlantic Canada to bring some rain and gusty winds, part of the island of Newfoundland by Sunday into Monday. Of course, it was just last weekend Larry made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane on Newfoundland. Brought some high winds, heavy rain, pounding seas. Further to the west, we still have the old circulation associated with tropical rainstorm Nicholas. Still setting near the Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Texas border Thursday, days after moving onshore in Texas Monday night. The old center will only directly produce clouds and maybe some spotty showers in that region, but moisture continues to stream in further to the east from the Gulf of Mexico over the southeastern USA. Nicholas was ultimately responsible for 7 to 11 inches of rain in Louisiana through Wednesday. Nicholas also still in Ida's wake from late August. Downpours persisted. Saw some flash flooding there. Meanwhile, looking out west, we touched on this briefly last evening, where, there's that big storm with drenching rain, and it's got its eyes on the northwest, of course, where they really need some rain, but much lower temperatures are going to be moving in following this storm And some residents may see their first snowfall of the season for the very last days of summer here. Yeah, technically today we are wrapping up the last full week of summer. Fall officially arrives next Wednesday here in the Northern Hemisphere. Thanks to a southern bulge in the jet stream, this storm that was over the Bering Sea midweek, dropping across the Gulf of Alaska this past day, now makes its way to the northwestern U.S. Friday into Saturday. There will be enough moisture to bring drenching rain to western Washington, Oregon, and southwestern British Columbia. Now, a general 1 to 2 inches of rain forecast in the zone between the Coast Ranges and the Cascades in Washington and Oregon. Anywhere from a quarter of an inch to maybe an inch of rain east of the Cascades in Washington, Oregon, and northern Idaho. Heavy rain forecast along the western slopes of the Olympics, the Coast Ranges, and the Cascades, where we could see 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals. Storm max may be approaching 6 inches. There will be a second burst of moisture swinging in to soak northern California later Saturday and Sunday. All right, with the burst of rain forecast over the coastal areas of Washington and Oregon, we could see some quick runoff leading to urban and poor drainage area. National Weather Service in Seattle recommending residents there make sure to remove any debris that may be blocking your storm drains or blocking your gutters. There's some concern too much rain may fall too fast, lead to debris flows in some of the burn scar locations. Now, meanwhile, we mentioned maybe some snow. Yes, summer warmth will be replaced by cooler air as the storm sweeps through, chilling enough to allow some wintry precip to make a comeback in some areas. Maybe the high country in British Columbia, the Washington Cascades with this storm, between Friday and Sunday, should be the higher elevations, above 7,000 feet this weekend. But after that, the jet stream may amplify to the point where enough cooler air brings the first snow of the season to portions of the Rocky Mountains, from Idaho and Montana into Wyoming, northern Utah, northern and central Colorado by early next week. That turnaround, we're going to be talking the first taste of fall-like weather, pretty much right on cue, according to the calendar. And quite extreme for the region after highs in the 80s and 90s here over the weekend. Temperatures next week are going to be 10 to 20 degrees below average. That means those 80s and 90s are going to be replaced with high temperatures in the 60s and 70s, nighttime lows into the 30s and 40s. The cooler conditions and the moisture should bring an improvement for the wildfire fighting efforts, beginning in the Northwest this weekend and spreading over a large part of the interior West beyond that. Okay, there you go. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. Speaking of strong rip currents and things along that line, which we're going to be encountering along the East Coast coming up this weekend. Kind of a heartwarming story. It could have ended on a much sadder note. But a former WWE star, Al Snow was his name, his wrestling glory days may be over. But on his vacation down in Florida, he entered the ring one more time to save a young boy's life. Snow was on vacation in Destin, Florida, with his wife. And we had Tropical Storm Mindy bringing the gusty winds and the downpours to the Destin area. Fatefully, after losing one nice day at the beach, Snow and his wife decided to stay in town and get one more nice day of Florida weather on the beach. When they arrived, it was a beautiful day, clear blue skies. Snow noted the waves were a bit aggressive, though. He said, a friend and I were in the water. I began to hear a lot of yelling. The retired wrestler, who's now 58 years old, said he looked to his right. There was a boy who was panic swimming. It was almost like a rope was tied to his foot, and every time a wave came in, he got pulled further and further out. Fearing the lifeguard was too far away to make a quick rescue, he swam and grabbed the boy by the wrist, and immediately feeling the strength of that rip current the boy was caught in. Recalling the death of his friend and wrestling star Shad Gaspard, who died last year in California after saving his son from a rip current before being overtaken himself. As soon as he grabbed the boy, a wave washed over both of them, the former wrestler recalled, allowing him to feel the unbelievable force of the water that was taking the boy out to sea. He said this rip current was incredible. The strength was absolutely amazing. I dug my feet into the sand, pushed forward with all I could. After passing the boy off to the lifeguard, he began to swim diagonally, as they teach, to get out of the rip current, but nearly collapsing in exhaustion after rescuing the boy, who was embraced by his parents after being rescued. So, Snow, whose actual name is Alan Servan, for those wrestling fans, he was back in the late 1990s, apparently, among the generation of wrestlers that include Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Mick "Mankind" Foley. His wrestling persona involved him. He carried around the head of a mannequin in a kind of a humorous way. But for those wrestling fans back in those days, you might remember that guy. So again, a story that ended well, which could have been very tragic. All right, underway here on a Friday. Let me flip over. Who we got checking in out of the box this morning? Let me scroll back up here. Hello to Andy checking in. Morning. Captain Ron's on board. Hello to Crazy Ray. Drug Runner checking in from Nashville, Tennessee. 73, clear tonight. The 15 car. Happy Friday, Steve. Checking in from Charlotte. How about the late models at Knoxville this weekend? Yes, I'm going to try to tune into some of that. Hello to Gilligan on board. Copy the mail, Chevy Guy. Morning, Steve. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Shout out to the Monkey Gouger from Lexington, Nebraska this morning. Let's see. Dee Dee checking in. Afternoon, everyone. And hello, Dee Dee. That's Larry checking in. Hello, Dee Dee. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. There's Tank on board. 77 here at Eastern Oklahoma tonight. Still headed for the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a good weekend. Hillbilly Tex checking in. Still kicking. Thanks, everybody, for worrying. Yeah, I hadn't been on the after hours line. I didn't get on this past morning. I don't know Tex got a cold or something. Now, somebody can give us an update. I'm sure they will. But, they were saying, praying for Tex. I guess he's been a bit under the weather. Fly Rod is on board. Morning, everyone. Checking in from Talking Rock, Georgia. Mike is on board from Converse, Texas, where it's still 85 degrees here. Have a great weekend. Is that Jolly Green? No, that's David. Morning, Steve. Headed to Slidell, Louisiana tonight. Hopefully the weather will be decent. Shout out to my son, Dave Jr., training with TMC. 1 week to go before getting his own truck. How about that? So following in the footsteps of Dad, huh? Heat Wave checking at the Hacienda in New Mexico. Getting ready to sack out. You folks be careful. Stay safe out there. I'll be heading out tomorrow afternoon. Night, everybody. All right, good to have you with us here out of the box. Heat Wave. Have a great weekend. 007 says, I'll check your podcast in the morning. Zorro's on board. Good to have you with us. Hello to Marianne, listening in here from Southwest Ohio. Bidu back on board. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Waiting on loads to go back to Youngstown. Hi there, Eskimo Mom in Northern Kentucky. Clear, 71 degrees. Happy Friday. Everybody have a good weekend. And there's the old Michigan Man on board early on a Friday morning. All right, we'll get to some of our others coming up here. And as always, get to your calls as we head into the final work day of another week here Our number, 844-844-3388. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to the Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 72 degrees. Had some drizzly rain almost all day. The sun did make a couple of short appearances, but disappeared fast. It took me 4 hours to get loaded today, and hope to get loaded from my other customer about 11 o'clock in the morning. So then we hit the road, headed west. Going to try and stop and meet up with the heat wave on my way back next weekend. Anyway, have a great weekend here, and I'll be listening to the Wednesday night show. Yeah, the rest of the show tomorrow on the podcast. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. All right, thank you there, Buckeye Boy. Justin says, hey Steve, anybody heard from Sylvester? Things in Australia don't sound real good. You know, I haven't heard from Sylvester this week, and I'm not recalling seeing him on the discussion board, but I don't see everything because I got to go back and forth. And I haven't really heard what the hell's going on in Australia. I mean, I know they've still got the lockdown stuff and all that going, but all right, I'll check on that. Let's see. High pressure pumping. Happy Friday, everyone. Getting ready to pull out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Keep them between the ditches. Good idea. Hello, Big Ed. Heidi. Let's see. Tom checking in. Looking good, driver. Morning, Dale. Checking in from Jacksonville, Florida. 79 degrees. Kind of rainy tonight. Mike checking in from West Milton, Ohio. As he also said, I'm listening to the dog chasing something through the cornfield out there. Michael checking in from Newport, Kentucky, listening in for another great show. And hello to Papa Rock checking in from Fort Smith, Arkansas. Heading to Springfield, Missouri. Great to have you with us. Let's jump to the phones here. There's our friend Terry checking in from Canada. How we doing, Terry?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well. Hey, did you get your code, by the way?
Yes, I did. I just laughed at everybody after you said it. Give him a code. Give him a code. And yes, I got it.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, a first-time caller, especially a Canadian friend. I couldn't believe I missed you. I forgot you.
It's all good. No worries. No, I just wanted to update you what's going on up north there with the election.
Yeah, give us the latest. Give us the full report. I mean, I've kind of lost track on that. We talked about that whole California recall this week. Where do we stand there? Is they had the election yet or no?
No, it's on this Monday, September 20th. But last week I was telling you I didn't think that Trudeau was going to get back in the office, but I don't know what happened there. All of a sudden, we're tied up even between the two parties there.
Yeah.
So it's anybody's game right now. And somebody threw a couple pieces of gravel at him during one of his candidate appearances there, and they ended up tracking them down, and they charged him with 2 counts of weapons assault, which I just laugh at. Like, you know, kindergarten kids or grade 1s do this all the time, throw gravel at each other, and no harm comes of it. But because he's so fragile and sensitive, they had to charge him. But some 25-year-old did it, but they tracked him down.
Wow.
But yeah, it's tied up right now, and it's way too close to say who's going to win. But the Conservatives had a 4-point lead, but I think what happened is that the Conservative leader wanted to go either way. But there's a big thing up in Canada about banning assault weapons, like the same as what you guys have there, but it's a really lot strict up in Canada. And he wanted to say either way, whether he agreed with it or he was going to stop it or whatever. So I think that really brought his point lead down, is my guess.
Okay. So that's, I don't know, it sounds somewhat reminiscent to what transpired in California. I mean, the polls were way off, though. Remember, ultimately, I don't know if the polling system in Canada works any better than the polling system here, but they tend to, for years now, the polls haven't been worth a dime.
No, but I've been talking amongst friends here, and what we think is happening is just like in the States there, the media controls what they want to spew out there. And the media likes Justin Trudeau for whatever reason. So they control a lot of the polls, and we're just kind of speculating that they tightened up the polls because they want to, convince everybody to vote for Trudeau and to see how close it is and get everybody else to give up on getting them out, I guess. And starting on September 22nd in the province of Ontario, I was telling you that we need to show proof of vaccination to go to a restaurant or movie theater or whatever. And I was just kind of thinking, if I go to a restaurant and I got to show my vaccination, is it fair for me to ask my waitress or the cook staff or the manager or anybody that's around me within that workplace, can I ask for their proof of vaccination? Because they're putting me in a unsafe situation as they're claiming that I'm doing to them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I just wondered how that would go over.
You're dealing with some of the same things we're dealing with here. Yep.
Yeah, because like I told you, the government doesn't want to. They can't mandate it, so they pushed it on to the businesses. So for them to do it, they made it the law that the business has to enforce it.
All right.
But yeah, like I said, it's up in the air it's up in the air right now who's going to win. But next Monday will show us what's going to happen. But I still hope he's going to get booted out.
Do you do like the early voting and the mail-in voting up there, or is election day? How's that work in Canada?
No, we have early voting. I think it was about a week before. You had 3 days to do an early election, but we get our ballots mailed to our house, and then you just go there and show your ID. You can do your early voting, and then on election day, you can. If you never did early voting, you can go in and do it. But unfortunately for myself, I won't be there. But I'm going to get my wife to go in and vote. She doesn't care about the politics, but I'm just going to get her to vote who I would have voted for.
Yeah, all right, very good. And then typically, are they able to make the call later in the evening once the polls all close Monday? Will we know Monday night, Tuesday morning?
We should know Monday night.
Okay. All right, we'll look forward to that. Well, thank you for the update there, Terry.
No problem. Have a good night.
You have a great
and
weekend.
Safe travels to everybody out on the road.
Yep. Great to have you with us. All right, there's our update from north of the border. Monday, we'll find out. All right, about a minute before we hit news update time. Hey, we're kind of wrapping up here. This is technically, I guess, final day of National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, right? Anybody get any free dinners or anything special at your company this week? Well, we talked earlier this week about some of the specials, the deals at some of the big trucking truck stops. TA, Petro, Pilot Flying J, Loves, everyone. Jubits, all having things going on this past week. Red Mule called and asked if I had seen the whole C.H. Robinson thing where they've been giving away $1,000, I believe, to 10 drivers a day all this week. A total of $50,000. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So today, actually Friday, will be 10 more winners. They've announced that they're going to continue through next week. 10 winners per day, Monday through Friday. Ultimately, so they've doubled up. They're going to be giving away $100,000 total. All right, they've extended the generosity, as I said, through September the 24th. With one $1,000 winner selected daily, September 20th through the 24th. So over the 2-week span, ultimately, giving away a total of $100,000. All right, for your chance to win, you'd simply go to the website thanktruckdrivers.com. It's pretty simple, thanktruckdrivers.com. So you have another opportunity to win all next week. And when you go to that website, you register on the left side for the $1,000 daily giveaway. Then on the right side, there's another link you can click on that's pretty much just giving a thank you. Thank the truck drivers. And for every thank you that's clicked on, they're donating a $1 donation to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. So up to $25,000 they'll be donating to the St. Christopher Trucker Relief Fund. So you got to get 25,000 people to go click on thank you. So thanktruckdrivers.com. Our news break time has arrived. Back with more after this, rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
New research saying the U.S. has seen a rise in mass shootings nationwide since the coronavirus pandemic began. A study out today in the journal JAMA Open Network also finding that mass shootings doubled in July 2020 when compared to a year before. Gun Violence Archives is reporting there have been 498 mass shootings this year so far. President Biden speaking at the White House on the economy today, saying he wants to help the nation's middle class and put the nation on a new economic path.
One that invests in this nation, creates real sustained economic growth, and that benefits everyone.
The Kroger supermarket chain is bringing back a worker mask requirement, regardless of the employee's vaccination status. And this is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here we are on a Friday morning, rolling into the weekend. See, there's a fire department out of northern Idaho that's garnering nationwide attention for shining a light on the patience and professionalism of a group of log truck drivers following a crash earlier this week. It began with an early morning 2-vehicle collision on Highway 12 in Kamaya, Idaho. The crash took 2 hours to clear and left a long line of log trucks backed up on the highway. The fire rescue department shared a heartfelt Facebook post pointing out the multiple ways that truck drivers came to the rescue. Firefighters wrote, we also wanted to share something from this accident this morning that was very cool and want to recognize them. Truck drivers are often the first on the scene of many accidents. And yes, sometimes they're in the accident. But today, they used a fire extinguisher before we got there to decrease the situation. They helped with patient removal. We don't recommend it on every accident. They helped block other traffic, and they helped us get small passenger vehicles rolling once we got one lane opened. But when was the last time anyone saw something like this? Log trucks stacked when it was time to go. Please give them room on the road. Do not be in a hurry to pass them, as they might be the person who helps you a minute later. So thank you to the men and women who operate the big rigs in Idaho, moving America, moving the wood for your home and your businesses. They also shared video of the log truck drivers passing after they patiently waited, again, for several hours to get the scene cleared there. So a tip of the hat. Nice to be recognized in a positive light once in a while, right? What's going on, Big Ed?
Well, Steve, you are the man that I want to talk to. I'm headed home. I'm going to be home here in 2 hours. I'm going to take about 4 days of rest and relaxation, or maybe not rest, but at least try to relax a little bit. Get away from the grind, turn the phone off, get away from the news, and just try to be normal for 4 days. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds like a plan. Hey, I forgot to ask you the other day. I know you back. They had that fire going on out west, and you were talking about you wanted to go out there and relax a little bit. You changed your plans. Did you get to make some deliveries down for the relief efforts after that hurricane?
No, I didn't. They asked for volunteers. We had enough Texas drivers that covered it. So.
Okay.
I mainly operate right there north of St. Louis, kind of run a regional right there around St. Louis, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas. Once in a blue moon swing up over in Ohio.
So, are you got some big action college football this weekend? Who's Oklahoma taking on?
No, Nebraska. And even though Nebraska's down, that'll probably be a good game.
Okay.
It always is. It always is. And then you got Auburn and Penn State playing this weekend. That's going to be a good game. I'm forgetting who Alabama's playing this week. But there's a lot of good football action going on.
Okay.
So I'm going to definitely catch some football games. Right quick, Monkey Gouger, if you're hearing me, give me a call. I thought I had your phone number in my phone. I've been wanting to get a hold of him, and I ain't got his number. I thought I had it in my phone. I've talked to him several times.
Sure.
It always pops up, Monkey Gouger, and yet I can't find his damn number in my phone. So if you hear from him, in case he don't hear this tonight, ask him to give me a buzz. Steve, I tell you today, I wanted to take my phone and chunk it out the damn window. I'm serious. I wanted to pull over, get a baseball bat, and beat the hell out of it because, like an idiot, I took a break from your show. I'll take a break when I'm listening to podcasts. Don't think I don't listen to your show.
Yeah.
But kick it on Fox because I want to hear something, about the news and stuff. And I got to tell you, I heard a stupid question today. Need somebody that can answer stupid questions in an intelligent manner. And I thought, who calls this show that could answer stupid questions? And I think it would be Knuckle Buster.
Okay.
I really love hearing Knuckle Buster. It's like last night. He called in about the backup, and then the one thing he did, he mentioned about pulling over and getting some catfish. And I knew right where he pulled over and got that catfish, and it made me hungry all day. But I thought, there's a guy that could answer stupid questions. So I wish you would let us, you got your Inlanders or whoever. One night a week, somebody call in and ask Knucklebuster a stupid question. And let's hear his answer.
Okay.
So, but I've got 2 stupid questions. One of the stupid questions is because I try to figure out on Facebook, and you're guilty, Steve. I'm getting ready to pile in on you.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
What makes people tick? And I'm trying to figure this out. What can you say that'll make people want to respond? Like that picture of them eggs and hash brown sausage I posted. I got more damn comments out of that than anything I could ever get out of from an intelligence side.
Okay.
And you even commented on it.
It looked mighty yummy, and it looked good.
It was damn good, I promise you. And then Chevy guy says, hey, don't put so much pepper on them eggs. I'm thinking, hey, I like pepper on my eggs. But what was crazy, there's a black guy. He's probably, I don't know, maybe he's about your age, maybe a little younger. Because they're at Big Cabin, the woodshed, they've got a separate room where you can go in and smoke and still, eat, whatever. Yeah. That's one of the few places in the United States. But anyway, there's a black guy come in there, and he was smoking, and he had an apron on. I said, I bet you cooked this breakfast, didn't you? And he said, I sure did. I said, buddy, the last time I eat eggs like this, my grandmother cooked them eggs. And I said, I bet a $10 bill that your grandma taught you how to cook eggs. And he said, she sure did. She taught me how to cook. He said, she told me as long as I knew how to cook, I wouldn't need no wife. Man, that I'm telling you, that's the best damn breakfast I'd had in a long time. And I got more comments on that breakfast than anything I could post intelligently. But anyway, let me get back to my stupid question. So you see these stupid questions. My first stupid question, Knucklebuster, or call it Ask Knucklebuster. So Knucklebuster, my first stupid question is this. If you see a cockroach run across the floor, you jump up and you stomp on it, are you taking away that cockroach's right to life? Does that not sound like a good, stupid question?
That's a stupid question.
The second stupid question, Steve, and I swear I heard this on the news today, and that made me want to throw my phone out the window. And this lady asked, do you think you can potty train a cow? And I thought, God, somebody get a gun and put that woman out of her misery. So that's my second stupid question, Knucklebuster. Do you think you can potty train a cow? So can we do that, Steve?
All right. Yeah, absolutely. The question's out there.
And the other thing I'm going to beat up on you about, so you commented on my eggs. But yet, 2 weeks ago, I changed my profile picture, and I had a Steve Sommers overnight drive hat on.
Did I miss that?
And I think you missed it. Pappy commented on it, but not old Steve. And I'm thinking, damn, Steve, I'm giving you a plug. How about a comment? So, anyway, Steve, I love your show. You're going to keep me going for a couple hours. I appreciate everybody, and I talked to Moose today, and he's doing great, man.
Okay.
He's doing great. So Steve, I appreciate you letting me ask them stupid questions, and I would appreciate if Knucklebuster would answer.
All right, we got it. Thank you, Big Ed. Have a good weekend. Boomer Sooner. That's his thing. All right, get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Been a difficult year for the men and women that are out there trying to serve and protect. A Missouri police officer who was still in training shot and killed after encountering a wanted man Wednesday morning. 22-year-old officer in training, Blaze Madrid Evans, with the Independence Police Department in Missouri, shot and killed by a man that was wanted by police on an outstanding warrant. He had graduated from the police academy just in July. He was participating in the department's field training program. The officer and his partner responded to a report of a man with a gun who then fired at him. Madrid Evans was shot, and the other officer returned fire. Evans was taken to the hospital where he died of his injuries. The man who fired at the officers was identified by the Highway Patrol of 33-year-old Cody Harrison, who was pronounced dead at the scene. Court records show Harrison was a convicted felon, sentenced to 15 years in prison after pleading guilty in 2011 to firing a weapon at a motor vehicle. He was released in July of 2018 to then return to prison in November of last year after violating his parole. Officials confirmed Harrison was released on parole again May the 24th, but was facing reincarceration after being charged with burglary and theft. One resident spoke to the media after the shooting. Everybody's on edge. We just want peace and quiet in our city. The mayor thanking officers and first responders for their service in a statement released on Wednesday. We're ever hopeful that their daily interactions with the public will be peaceful, so they might return home to their families safely at the end of their shift. Today, that was not the case, according to the statement. Just another one of those. It's one of those upstanding. He was looking to turn his life around, right? He was a good boy. All right, let me get back to the calls here. 8 before the hour, and would that be the Jolly Green Giant? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Let's begin with Ed stating that Chevy guy made a remark about the pepper on his egg.
Yeah.
Ed, you need to go back and relook at that because I'm the one that made that comment. I am the Julia child of the croissant and scrambled eggs, or actually eggs easy over. And I'm the one that remarked about too much pepper on those eggs. But otherwise, that breakfast looked good.
Okay.
Now, as for the stupid question, I have a stupid question for Sex Maniac. So I want Sex Maniac to call in tonight. Here's the question. What is it going to take for you to get the COVID shot? That is the question. I don't want to hear I'm not going to get the shot. I want to hear what would it take for you to get the Pfizer, USDA, or FDA approved shot. I want an answer to that.
Okay.
That's my stupid question. Now, COVID-19. I was talking to my sister, who is a liberal. She's a flaming liberal, and both of us both agree that everybody getting a shot is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a good thing. We got to do something to slow that virus down, and right now it's out of control. And I just heard it on your news that Kroger's is going back to the face masks. That is absolutely true, because I know that I went into Kroger's just recently over the weekend, and we had to put our face masks on.
Okay.
But not only just the employees, but also people walking in the store.
Really?
So that's absolutely true.
Okay.
Yep. But also, I want to remind you that personally, I think Fly Rod, not only is he down there in Rock, Georgia, I think he's full of rocks, but that's just me. So I want to make sure that message is for Fly Rod. Either way, I want everybody to have a safe trip tonight. The Jolly Green Giant is headed toward Effingham, and I will be listening the rest of the night. So I want everybody to have a safe trip.
All right. Thank you very much.
So that's all I got for tonight there, Steve. Have a good night, bro.
Have a good weekend, Jelly Bean Giant.
You too, sir.
Jelly Bean. All right, so guess what? This D.C. rally is going to be taking place on Saturday. Travelers arriving at the airport nearest Washington, D.C. will be facing increased scrutiny in the run-up to Saturday's rally, supporting people charged with taking part of the January 6th riot. According to the TSA, travelers will notice increased law enforcement and canine presence, along with a generally higher level of awareness in TSA's intelligence-driven, risk-based approach to transportation security. Referring to the Reagan National Airport in Virginia, just across the Potomac River, hundreds of quote, far-right demonstrators are expected in the D.C. area for the Justice for J6 rally. Obviously referring to the January 6th storming of the U.S. Capitol there. All right, the group organizing that rally for Saturday, Look Ahead America, has alleged more than 600 people are facing criminal charges over the January 6th event, are being mistreated and singled out due to their political views. Police have ramped up security around the Capitol in response, mindful of the scenes that played out earlier this year. All right, a fence that was put up around the Capitol the following day, January the 7th, which had been taken down in July, has been reassembled around the white domed building this past day. The fencing separating the lawns of the Capitol grounds from the government landmarks, including the Supreme Court, the Library of Congress, congressional office buildings, and the Capitol reflecting pool, just west of the Capitol Hill. That's where protesters are scheduled to gather on Saturday. We had a few other signs of beefed up security. Plexiglass police shields could be seen stacked at checkpoints inside the doorways to the Capitol building. All right, the Capitol Police Wednesday said that they're going to ask the Pentagon to also provide National Guard troops if they're needed to help with security. You know, they had that offer back on January the 6th, and it was turned down. Oddly enough, we've got a new administration now that they deem they may need some National Guard assistance there in the Capitol this weekend. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. What do you say there, Knucklebuster? Can you answer a stupid question?
Yeah, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, first thing I'd do, give that cockroach some bologna as a last meal, and then I'd put my pointed-toe cowboy boots on so I could get his sorry ass even if he went into the corner. And after a moment of silence to honor his life here on earth, the funeral would conclude with the words, Jesus wept. And that'd be all of it. I sent you a link there. Scientists in Germany have success potty training a herd of cows. Now, we even talked about that this week there. So, I mean, yeah, that's possible. They've already done it. Just as long as Chick-fil-A don't start running no advertisement over it, I'll be all right with it there, right? You're talking about C.H. Robinson. You know what that C.H. stands for?
No, what's that?
Cheap and heavy.
Okay.
And Steve, I got news for you. The moonshot was fake and wrestling is real. There's a lot of people that believe that, Steve, but I just ain't one of them, all right?
Right.
And, yeah. Bubba asked me, what did the blonde do when she found out she was pregnant with triplets?
It's going to be a doozy, I'm sure. What'd she do?
She went looking for all three guys.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's all of my baloney for right now there. I'll call later on there, Big Ed. I appreciate them questions. Give my brain a little bit to think about there this morning there. So, all right, we'll talk to you a little later on, Mr. Steve.
Somewhere down the line, I'm assuming Big Ed must have seen that story about potty training a cow. No, he said he heard it on the radio, right? That's Ed? I mean, Knucklebuster sent it to me. Let's see. I'm A. Martinez. There are more than 1 billion cows sharing the planet with us. But some of what they share can be a big problem for the environment. The massive amounts of pee they produce can pollute streams and rivers. But scientists in Germany have potty trained a herd of cows. When the cows go to a designated area, it can be treated to make it less harmful. Scientists are calling this bovine toilet the Mooloo. Because, of course, they are. Ed, you ask a stupid question, you get a stupid answer. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
New research saying the U.S. has seen a rise in mass shootings nationwide since the coronavirus pandemic began. A study out today in the journal JAMA Open Network also finding that mass shootings doubled in July 2020 when compared to a year before. Gun Violence Archives is reporting there have been 498 mass shootings this year so far. President Biden speaking at the White House on the economy today, saying he wants to help the nation's middle class and put the nation on a new economic path.
One that invests in this nation, creates real sustained economic growth, and that benefits everyone.
The Kroger supermarket chain is bringing back a worker mask requirement, regardless of the employee's vaccination status. And this is USA Radio News.
Energize Health.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
The fence is back around the U.S. Capitol building, and the National Guard's at the ready in case it needs to be deployed over the weekend, as police say they may need help with crowd control if things turn violent at a Saturday rally. As many as 1,000 demonstrators are planning to gather, according to police, to support the more than 600 people arrested in the January Capitol attack. The event's organizer calling them political prisoners and promising the rally will stay peaceful. But police and the National Guard not taking any chances. Workers started installing that fence around the building last night. It's another event that health officials suspect was a spreader of the virus in New York City. Health department officials say anyone who attended the Electric Zoo Musical Festival over Labor Day weekend should get tested for COVID immediately, regardless of your vaccination status. Weekly jobless claims were up a bit last week from the week before. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A comedian gets very serious. Jim Brewer talks about his reaction to Biden's vaccine mandate.
Saturday Night Live alumni and stand-up comedian Jim Brewer has canceled shows in Michigan and New Jersey because the venues required all attendees to be vaccinated from COVID-19. Mr. Brewer on Fox News says he took it personal when Biden finger-wagged unvaccinated Americans.
When our leader put that out there and pointed the finger like we're the demons, I'm not vaccinated. I had COVID. You're not going to tell me about my body. I know my body. I know my morals. I know my faith. You don't come telling me and threaten me and everyone else as if we're the demons. I have 2 close friends right now, fully vaccinated, and they got COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And it's been a long goodbye, but the last Sears department store anywhere is going to be shutting its doors for good in the retailer's home state of Illinois. That's the one located in the Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg, Illinois. It's been announced that it will permanently shut its doors on November 14th. Sears Holdings had filed for bankruptcy protection back in October of 2018. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
righty, thank you much. Welcome back here on a Friday. Other industry headlines we'll get to coming up. I guess one of the other big stories this past day. A federal grand jury this past day indicting attorney Michael Sussman. The charge of lying to the FBI during the 2016 campaign. So this is the second prosecution brought by John Durham, the special counsel, tapped by former President Trump to investigate the FBI's probe into the Russian collusion, delusion, interference. The indictment alleges Sussman, an attorney at the firm Perkins Cole, with ties to the Democratic Party, misrepresented who he was working for when he presented evidence to the FBI back in 2016 of a link between the Trump Organization and the Russian financial company known as Alpha Bank. Prosecutors in Durham's office say Sussman falsely claimed to investigators at the time he was not acting on behalf of any client when he had actually been representing Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign and an unnamed tech executive. The false statement misled the FBI general counsel and other FBI personnel concerning the political nature of his work and deprived the FBI of information that might have permitted it once more fully to assess and uncover the origins of the relevant data and the technical analysis, including the identities and motivations of his clients. The FBI investigated the allegations and determined that there was insufficient evidence to link Trump's business to Alpha Bank, and the former special counsel Robert Mueller did not address the issue in the report on his investigation. According to the indictment, the unnamed tech executive provided non-public data obtained from internet companies as evidence to present to the FBI's top lawyer. Prosecutors also allege that the Clinton campaign had hired Sussman to find links between Trump and Russia. Now, he denies working for the Clinton campaign and told congressional investigators in 2017 that he was representing an unnamed cybersecurity research in that meeting with the FBI. Of course, his attorneys are now saying, well, these charges are just politically motivated and without merit. Will there be others? We'll see. Whatever happened to the Durham investigation? All right, let me pick up. That's a good point to bring Steve in. Welcome in, Steve. Happy Friday.
Hey, good Friday to you, Steve. I'm happy I got all my oils changed in my SUV and pickup, and got all shop secret additives in there along with my gasoline extreme.
There you go.
So, yeah, ready for the cooler months to get here. But both things are running great now. Get to that, Steve. You know, when you start peeling back the onion, which some of these journalists are going to start doing, at least the ones that are legit and not corrupt and report the truth, finding out a lot more about what really went on. Another lawyer that worked for that firm, Steve, I don't know if you remember the name, Mark Elias.
Mark Elias. Doesn't ring a bell.
Steve, he's the guy that worked for Perkins Cole law firm back in 2016. He was actually the bag man for the Steele dossier to try and take down Donald Trump through the Clintons. He also was the lawyer in 2019 who went around to these states and changed the election laws unconstitutionally. He was the head attorney for that, Steve. The guy works for the Democratic Socialist Party, along with that Straussman character. These two guys have been in cahoots with the Clintons, the Obamas, and there's an article on the Hill about this. And once they start unpeeling the onion, Steve, what I'd like to know is when people in this corrupt government are going to start being held accountable for this fraud and this corruption. I mean, we talked about this last night. If we did half of what some of these reprobates have done, we'd be in prison. I mean, look at what they're doing to these January 6th detainees.
Yeah.
Just for standing on the lawn of the Capitol. They've been in prison under harsh conditions, pretty much torture. And solitary confinement for 23 hours a day since what? January, February, for the last 6-7 months?
And what's taking so much time for this to move? I don't understand why it's taking so long. I mean, supposedly some of them haven't even actually officially been charged. Is that correct?
That is correct, Steve. And that's why they're being caught. These people are political prisoners. They are political prisoners because they supported Donald Trump and they went to that rally. Some of them got sucked into the moment, I would say, but there were agitators there. Some that did a lot more that have already been released and no charges were filed. So I wonder what went on there. There is a reporter, Julie Kelly, who's really done a stand-up job, and I can't wait to listen to her. She was on Mark Levin last night, and I can't wait to listen to her on the podcast later on today. She's the only one, Steve, that's been reporting on this, the truth. I mean, these people can't even get, a meeting with their lawyer, so to speak. Can't even make a phone call to their family. It's just shocking.
Wow.
It really is. So my point being, Steve, and you saw the piece on Donald Trump with sympathy towards these people. If he could do anything about it, he would, but he can't. The DOJ, the Capitol Police, they're all corrupt. They're all corrupt, and they're trying to make an example out of these Trump supporters. That's why when you had mentioned that rally that's going on this weekend, who the hell does this demented old coot of a bat think she is that she can put a fence around the people's house and keep us out of there? I mean, last I checked, that Capitol building belongs to us, not to her. But this is a dictatorship, a totalitarian mindset of a government. They haven't had a visitor in the Capitol. I don't even know how. It's been probably almost a year, Steve. There hasn't been a visitor allowed to go in the Capitol. You used to be able to go take tours, go watch congressional hearings.
Right.
You basically had free roam of the Capitol. Not anymore, because we live in a dictatorship, and it's wrong. But isn't it funny how, we're going to deploy the National Guard, and how it's what did you say, far-right protesters?
Yeah.
Is that what you said,
that's the words, far-right protesters.
Exactly. So already they're pinning a narrative. If anything goes wrong, it's the far right. It's not American patriots standing up for their citizens. Normal, everyday people like you and I that are in jail right now because they voted for Donald Trump. It's absolutely sickening, Steve. It really is. I kind of got off the topic here, but I want to know when people are going to start being held accountable, so forth, like the Clintons, the Obamas, the FBI, those reprobates that spied on Trump. When is Durham going to release all that crap? Or is he? Or is he? Or are they just throwing this guy under the bus like a patsy? They're cherry picking their little patsies to throw under the bus to protect Hillary Clinton from what she did, because she should be in prison for what she did. Those lawyers worked for her. So the main reason I called Steve was about the pandemic, so-called pandemic. I see the Fuhrer was at it again today in Washington, our great Fuhrer. And he basically, this is all a distraction from what's really going on in our government with the spending bill, with Afghanistan, with Milley. It's just a big distraction. He's trying to distract the American people from what's really going on. But Steve, Joe Biden, under his administration, right now, do you ever see any numbers on COVID deaths on CNN or CSNBC? You know, the amount of people that have died.
Honestly, I don't watch them, so I wouldn't know because I don't watch them.
Right. But and neither do I. But do you remember back when Trump was in office? Every day they kept putting the numbers up on the screen constantly, 24/7. You know, 500,000 people dead, 550,000 people dead, to make Trump look bad. Joe Biden said from his basement, Steve, that he blamed Donald Trump for every single death from COVID. Do you remember that?
Yes, he did. That is correct. He did.
Okay, so 250 people have died under his watch in the last 8 months. You know what he's saying? He's blaming the unvaccinated people, Steve, for those deaths. That's who he's blaming. He's not taking responsibility. He's not blaming himself. He's not saying, hey, you know, I got to change course here. Something's not right. This isn't working. Masks aren't working. Vaccinations aren't working. Now, I really love that Jim Brewer little piece that came on your news. Kudos to him for standing up and canceling his shows, you know. But like I said, the Fuhrer was at it again today, lie after lie after lie, taking no responsibility, saying that 25% of the is what's doing damage. The 25% of the population that are unvaccinated are doing the damage to this country. How about the 2.5 million people that are crossing the southern border? You haven't heard one word about that damage that they're doing to the country, or how he pulled out of Afghanistan. And, you know, he talks about, oh, I'm here to protect the American people. Is he protecting the American people after what he did in that Afghan withdrawal? No. He's made it the most dangerous time in America coming up. Mark my words. Anyway, Steve, when I read that piece on what the Fuhrer said, it just pisses me off.
Hey,
you know, that he's blaming unvaccinated people.
Yeah, and I know it's a separate topic, but you brought up the Afghanistan thing. Do you recall our conversations when that was all unfolding about having some sort of an agreement with the Taliban to allow those U.S. personnel to go to the airport and get out? And we were talking about, are we paying them? Are we essentially paying some sort of a ransom to get them out? Did you catch the story this past day that that's being invested? Apparently, we sent them $64 million in, quote, humanitarian aid. Now they're saying, wait a minute, humanitarian aid when we still had U.S. citizens in there, that's essentially paying a ransom to the Taliban.
We did talk about that, Steve, about 3-4 weeks ago. What are they paying the Taliban? You know, here's the thing, Steve, Trump had a plan in place. And he basically told the Taliban, listen, if you don't abide by these, now, we're gonna hit you. We know where you live, we're gonna hit you. And he didn't make a move. But my question was, back then, what are we paying these guys to stand down?
Yep.
You know? I mean, Steve, the corruption is sickening that these people are allowed to get away with this. And the reason being is the government, the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, all of them are corrupt. I mean, it's in our face. They are corrupt. So how the hell are we going to straighten this out? God only knows, Steve, and God help the USA. That's all I got to say tonight. God help the USA.
Yeah. Let me give you quickly the rest of that story. The largest Republican caucus in Congress is demanding the Biden administration turn over the documents on its, quote, humanitarian aid to the Taliban, arguing that the payments to the Taliban while U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan amounts to paying a ransom. They intend to investigate whether the $64 million in humanitarian aid was conditioned on the release of evacuation flights by the Taliban, which obviously swiftly resumed control amid Biden's unconditional withdrawal of U.S. forces. We have serious concerns about negotiations with the Taliban leading to the payment of ransom. Whether it was marked as humanitarian assistance or sanctions relief, which will give the Taliban resources that could be used to attack the United States or our allies. 21 lawmakers on that Congress wrote in a letter earlier this week to the State Department, the payment of ransom to terrorists, likely including the September 13th announcement of $64 million in humanitarian aid to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, provided without guardrails, will only further put Americans in harm's way by incentivizing the Taliban and other terror groups to kidnap more Americans. Also, the State Department still has not presented a plan before Congress illustrating how they will ensure that Americans will not be left behind through diplomatic negotiations. They're giving Secretary of State Anthony Blinken 10 days to respond with the internal documents and the negotiations with the Taliban, according to the letter signed by Representative Jim Banks, who was the chairman, and 20 other lawmakers. Holding Americans hostage is an effective way to make money, Banks said. Representative Tracy Mann of Kansas was among the signatories as well. Says the American people deserve to know whether the United States has provided any financial assistance to the Taliban in exchange for the release of American citizens, or whether the Taliban has requested such assistance, which amounts to ransom. Sanctions relief is also a rumor and concern for Republicans, says Dan Crenshaw. So we'll see where that goes. Again, we were saying at the time, hey, how do you make a deal with the Taliban to allow those U.S. citizens out of there, those Americans? Got to be giving them something in return, right? Yeah, maybe it was to the tune of $64 million. Quick 2-minute timeout, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, back at it here on a Friday morning, and back to the phones we go. Hello, Chefy Guy. What's happening? Happy Friday.
I wanted to let Ed, I believe Jolly Green sort of jumped in there and explained putting pepper on his eggs. You know, hey, I'm all for that. I mean, I said, put some more on there, Ed. I enjoy pepper, but I can't have stuff in the house. my wife has a bad reaction to it.
Is that right? So, allergic to pepper?
Yeah, I don't know if it's allergic. She just can't stand it.
Huh.
There's just a lot of there's a lot of foods that don't make it in my house because of the different spices. Now I want to thank the deer I just hit. The only problem with the W900 is here you don't have much room between the front bumper and the steering tire. Well, earlier in the week I had a deer and it hit the top of my bumper, laying it back pretty close to the tire, but I was still clear, and I was trying to figure out later how to, hook a pickup to it and swing it back around. Well, just a little bit ago, I had another doggone deer, and she dug down deep, got ducked down deep, and then bam, I hit it again. That bumper is as straight as an arrow. I mean, she fixed it for me. I might have to pull it out to match, go straight across, but doggone this thing. I kid the guys on the after show because they're all crying about that Cincinnati traffic, But I'll tell you what, I don't have any traffic in my life down here, but that nighttime cross traffic is a killer. Jolly Green, I would not push anybody to get that shot. I'm sorry, because if you push somebody to get a shot and they get sick and die, you sort of take that responsibility on your own self. And I mean that in friendship, in love, brother. All three. Now my grandson, my step grandson's doing well. He's getting better. He's 18. He had the COVID. He had the shot. His grandmother and aunt over on his mother's side, they all had the COVID and they all had the shot. A driver here in this company that I just talked to Monday told me he got both COVID shots. He's currently recovering now at home where he had to go get a stent put in his heart. And we all know, so far we know that COVID attacks hearts, attacks everybody differently. Apparently, like what you read last night, I'm still amazed or set back on it. It attacks reproductive organs, which is a next time I see my VA doctor, I'll have to ask him that. I mean, hey, I've got dormant prostate cancer. I mean, if I take the shot, well, it fire that sucker up. It's just, whoa. Remember, if you're gun ho for taking that shot, you're following COVID-19 procedures that are being directed by Anthony Fauci, the very same guy that put this on us and should be in jail right now. And it's just amazing how German scientists playing with cows I barely made it through high school. I mean, it took me 14 years to do 12 years. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I just, you don't play with animal poop. Yeah, good Lord. I mean, if that's what you get for going to college, screw college. All right, finally, I'm sitting there drinking my coffee this morning, and old Joe Biden sitting there telling he's going to help the middle class. That guy's so creepy looking. All right, and he's come up with this new idea, Steve. Are you ready for it?
What is
Hang on to your hat. It's a brand new idea. Tax the rich.
Oh.
Can you believe that? Why didn't anybody ever think of that before? Tax the rich. So, all right, guys, lower middle class, poor, get ready to be screwed, because when you go to the grocery store, I mean, the prices already gone up. You tax the rich, you're going to end up going to pay more for your coffee, your beans. You're going to end up paying more for your gas, and it just works out that way. The only people that's really going to get hurt, I believe, would be upper middle class, which would be people like Moose, who are providing jobs. Why should the man get hit and injured by our government when he's actually providing good jobs to people? And I just, the upper rich, they're not going to worry about this stuff. In the corporations, we'll just add a penny on to all our products, And then, because in the boardroom, they're still going to have to give their investors the profit they want for their money. So here we go again. Just remember, John F. Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, Donald J. Trump all did the same thing. They cut corporate taxes, they cut taxes, and our economy soared. So get ready. I mean, is there anything in this guy's playbook that is good for America? Is good for any kind of government, but it looks like.
Yeah,
I mean, but you hang on. This brand new idea is going to work this time. Okay.
All right. The answer to that question, though, would absolutely be no. Now, the Democrats are fighting hard for this $3.5 trillion reconciliation package. They've been working on it all this week. The exact scope still has not yet been finalized, but we've got some of the highlights of what they laid out at the committee level this week. Yeah, no doubt. Get ready for the Green New Deal. We'll share more on that coming up here. First, we got to get our news break. It's Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The latest on a still missing 22-year-old Florida woman. Her family has now written a letter to the family of her fiancé. Like he has, Brian Laundrie's family has remained silent on the whereabouts of their daughter, Gabrielle Petito. Family lawyer for the Petitos, Richard Stafford, reading a letter which pleads for information.
We believe you know the location of where Brian left Gabby. We beg you to tell us.
Meanwhile, the woman's stepdad was on Fox News tonight expressing extreme frustration. Former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says it was, quote, the right decision not to recall Governor Gavin Newsom. The former gov telling the LA Times he does hope the special election experience gets Newsom's attention and makes him perform better. The Dow and the S&P on Wall Street, they lost a few in Thursday trading. The Nasdaq picked up 20.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, before we get to our Democrat spending wish list, which that's what this $3.5 trillion package is, let me get to they just keep getting bigger and bigger. Cruise ships. That's what I'm talking about. Cruise ships. What are you thinking? The largest cruise ship in the world launching next year. Don't they come out with a newer, largest cruise ship every time you turn around with new routes from Europe? Royal Caribbean's Wonder of the Seas will be their 5th Oasis-class ship. Will be able to accommodate 6,800 passengers. With the tallest slide at sea, a brand new neighborhood, and a 10-deck high zip line. The new ship, launching from Fort Lauderdale to the Caribbean March of next year, will then sail to Barcelona and Rome for trips in May. On board the ship, 8 neighborhoods to explore, with the newest being the suite class neighborhood for suite guests, which has an elevated sun deck with a plunge pool, bar, and sunbathing area. You can walk through Central Park, a neighborhood full of plants and flowers, while kids can visit the Wonder Playscape. an interactive open-air play area, or the ultimate abyss, the tallest slide at sea. Also on board, the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, 2 rock climbing walls, and like we said, the 10-deck zip-high zip line. If you want to splurge, you can opt for the Ultimate Family Suite, Sleeping 10. There's an in-suite cinema, curly slide, ping pong table, as well as a hot tub on the balcony and VIP perks, including free drinks and personalized experiences. Otherwise, there's a range of room types, including interior and ocean view rooms to balcony and virtual balcony rooms. Wow. The momentum taking off across bookings in our returning ships in the U.S. and Europe is significant, according to Royal Caribbean. With half our fleet sailing again, we're rather encouraged by what we're seeing, he says. The 7-night European tours will stop off at Majorca in Spain, Capri in Italy. The Florida trip will stop off at Royal Caribbean's private island, Coco Bay. Looks like bookings for the European sailings will be available starting September 22nd. They have not yet revealed the prices, though. Now, the suite is the most expensive on the ship. However, as Stephen said, it can cost guests anywhere from $44,000 to $80,000, depending on how busy they are. So I guess that's the ultimate family suite. Can you imagine that? 10 members, $80,000 for a cruise? That sounds like the lifestyles of the rich and famous cruise, if you ask me. All right, welcome aboard, Eagle. Happy Friday. What's going on this morning?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
What's happening, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, I was trying to say I had a bad connection. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a couple of things that's going on in Texas, Steve. I tuned in to your radio, to the show a little bit late tonight. I missed the first hour, so I don't know if you talked about this or not. But I don't know if you know or seen the news on what's going on in Del Rio, Texas, with these immigrants. They got right now, they said that at the border, they got 20,000 people, 20,000 immigrants are trying to get into the U.S. They had a bridge clogged up down in Del Rio. They don't know what this loser Joe Biden is going to do about these people, or if he's going to let these people in the U.S. Are they going to send them back? But they got more people that's on the way, and a lot of these people are from Haiti. How they got all the way from Haiti to the United States, I still don't know, because there's only 2 ways to get from Haiti to the U.S., because you certainly can't swim that far. Mm-hmm. So those people either took a boat or they took a plane, and a lot of those people don't have no money because their homes got destroyed by the earthquake. Now I want somebody to explain to me where these people got the money to travel this distance from from Haiti to Del Rio, Texas. I love to know. And like I say, I really believe, like you said before, and other people, Steve, that the George Soros and these other individuals are paying for the travel of these people. There's no way that somebody can travel that far without no money. But anyway, these people had a bridge clogged up right now, Steve. Border Patrol agents, they don't know what to do with these people. They haven't been vaccinated. They don't know what kind of diseases these people have. And now they're trying to get into the U.S. This is a bad situation we got, Steve. We talked about this months about, they keep trying to buy it every time you see that loser here on your TV trying to tell people to get vaccinated. But just like I heard a lady ask his press secretary, Jen Psaki, how come you're not trying to get these people coming into the U.S., these immigrants, why are they not being mandated, Steve? Can you answer that? Why are these immigrants not being mandated to be vaccinated before they can enter the U.S.? But Joe Biden wants all the American people. He seems to be focusing on the Americans, but he keeps forgetting to focus on the people that's coming into the country illegally. So the whole thing makes no sense. And like I said, Joe Biden makes no sense. at this point. He's a waste of time, a loser. But you know something, Steve? Here's something else that I want to talk to you. And I've told you this and your other listeners this many times, and now I already had proof to begin with. But MSNBC, CNN, and all these other loser stations, and Fox is on that list too, because they basically sold out to the deep state. But you know, they got somebody on TV now, Steve, on MSNBC called Joy Reid, black woman. She's one of the most racist individuals that ever. She has the nerve to say that Donald Trump is a racist. Well, she needs to take a look in the mirror, and she'll figure out that she's the real racist. This woman here, her and Don Lemon, both of them should have been taken off the air a long time ago, Steve. But this woman, Joy Reid, you know, I've told you this before, Steve. There's a group of black people, you know, that think that you're supposed to stay on the Democratic plantation, and for those people that don't want to stay on that plantation, then you're an outcast, you're a sellout. But no, they're the ones that are stupid, Steve. You have a right. You know, anytime they don't say nothing bad about Joe Biden, and then the minute that another black, her name is Nicki Minaj, is a female rapper, the minute that she says something bad about the vaccine and Joe Biden, then all these black people come out of the woodworks accusing her of being a sellout to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. No, she's not a sellout. This woman is speaking and telling the truth. Just like Candace Owens, they tried to put her in the same category. And this guy, Elder, this guy who just lost the election in California. So all these guys are considered Uncle Tom's a sellout, Steve, in the black community. But they're not. But they don't. But the people that are calling these people that, they too stupid to realize they're the ones that the Uncle Toms and the sellouts, because Larry Elder and people like him, they know what the real deal is, Steve, and they know that the Republican Party has done way more. If any black man, and I'm speaking for me, and I'm not going to speak for the whole black race, Donald Trump, and I told you this before, Donald Trump did more for me in 4 years than Barack Obama did in 8 years in the White House. And I'm speaking for myself. Barack Obama didn't do absolutely zero for me in 8 years he was in the White House. And Trump, he was the best thing that ever happened. I made more money in 4 years past than I made in the history of me driving this truck. I call it like I see it. So, like I said, Joy Reid, anybody that's listening to me tonight, anybody that watches her television program, you need to disconnect her from your TV station, because her and Al Sharpton same way. Those people want to continue accusing other people of being racist. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Joy Reid, all of them. Those are some of the biggest racists that you ever seen on your television set. So the next time they call somebody a racist, maybe they'll look in the mirror and figure out who the real racist is. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle, you mentioned the southern border. Yeah, we're not hearing a whole lot about that on the news, are we? You know, it's been ongoing so long now that it's just become, you know, everyday news. Hey, they're streaming in by the thousands. But there has been apparently a surge of astronomical proportions in recent days. And we just come to find out, according to the report, the Federal Aviation Administration has placed a 2-week flight restriction along that bridge Eagle just mentioned at the southern border that's inundated with thousands of illegals, which prevents reporters from flying their drones so they can document the crisis. The tweet went out from Fox News reporter Bill Mulligan this past evening. It says, quote, "We've learned that the FAA just implemented a 2-week TFR, which is temporary flight restrictions, over the International Bridge in Del Rio, Texas, meaning we can no longer fly our Fox drone over it to document and show the images of these thousands of migrants." He added that Fox News has been using drones there for months. There's never been an issue. We reached out to the FAA to ask for clarification why this was implemented. We haven't heard back yet. We will update if and when we do. The Border Patrol requested, they say, the temporary flight restrictions due to drones interfering with law enforcement flights on the border. According to an FAA statement Thursday evening, as with any temporary flight restriction, media is able to call the FAA to make requests to operate in the area. There are more than 8,000 under the bridge right now, waiting to be apprehended and processed after the crossing the U.S. border illegally. Sources tell Fox News the situation is out of control and the Border Patrol is overwhelmed. Meanwhile, law enforcement tells us, as Eagle just mentioned, a large majority of these migrants are Haitians. And there are more arriving at the bridge by the minute. The latest scene of chaos at the border as the Biden administration continues to struggle to handle the relentless surge, which has overwhelmed authorities and led to Republican claims that the administration's immigration policies, yes, they are to blame. What else are you going to blame it on? Now, the decision to ban drones from flying earned immediate criticism from conservatives on social media, including Republican Tom Cotton, the senator. What a coincidence, he says. The FAA better be ready to explain to Congress why they're suddenly blocking the media from covering Biden's border crisis. They announced on Wednesday there were 208,887 encounters, as they call it, in August, a little decline from the 212,000 in July. But that's 2 consecutive months of in excess of 200,000. The numbers for August, a 317% increase over August of last year. Of course, the Biden administration continues to blame Trump for sealing off the legal pathways to asylum. Republicans, of course, blame the Biden administration's rollback of the Trump-era policies. It's just, this is identical to the situation where Biden is trying to blame Trump for the debacle in Afghanistan. Biden, you've been president for how many months now? This surge began the day you took office. You own this. You and your administration own this crisis at our southern border. There's no other way to describe it. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got a heads up from David here a few minutes ago. He said, Steve, pass it on. Heads up for anyone into the Chicago area. It is National Hispanic Day, and they're all out on the roads, flying the flags, and the interstates leading into downtown are gridlocked. Our terminal is off 55. They're telling us to go 294 to 55 north. I'd just say advise drivers, check your maps, see if you can get through or not. I'm leaving Kalamazoo now, headed for Chicago, so if I see anything more when I get there, I'll pass it on to you. So just a heads up, stay safe, everyone. Thank you very much, David. Yeah, National Hispanic Day. You'll see them out there flying the flags of Mexico and whatnot, and you say, what's going on? That's what it would be. All right, rolling toward news update, top of the hour just ahead. We'll get to horse feathers out of the box next hour. And, he's going to share some news with us that we've lost way too many friends in our listening audience, but we lost another this past day. We'll give you more coming up here. Hello to Carl this morning, checking in. He said, a lighter happy Friday. Is the vaccine a horse and not a car? Say what? Let's consider something. If the vaccine is such a great thing compared to ivermectin, chlorine dioxide, and other medicines used on the front lines to successfully destroy COVID, why do governments, NGOs, hospitals, foundations, politicians, and many infiltrated corporate board of directors need to push it so hard? If we know there's a great product, we're going to rush right out and get it, aren't we? The vaccines are proving to be awful products. In fact, they're not a vaccine. That the CDC went so far as to actually, they've had to change their decades-old definition of a vaccine. They just did that here in the last week or two. I mentioned that last evening. Now, if your car works like a car and it doesn't work like a horse, you don't need to change the definition of a car to reflect the attributes of a horse, do you? But don't worry, if your car works like a horse, making it a setback compared to previous cars, an industry-funded government agency will be happy to change the definition of your car to reflect the attributes of your horse. America needs to ditch the horse and catch up with the rest of the world in killing COVID once and for all. With made for human, and maybe even made for a horse, ivermectin. Happy Friday. That's Carl, thank you very much. He mentioned another product in there at the top of the paragraph, chlorine dioxide. I believe it is the country of Brazil. Was it Brazil or Bolivia? I can't remember. There was a country this week that has authorized chlorine dioxide to be prescribed nationwide to fight the COVID. I'm not exactly sure. I had a little breakdown last evening on what that one does, but I'll have to pull that up from the archives. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
New research saying the U.S. has seen a rise in mass shootings nationwide since the coronavirus pandemic began. A study out today in the journal JAMA Open Network also finding that mass shootings doubled in July 2020 when compared to a year before. Gun Violence Archives is reporting there have been 498 mass shootings this year so far. President Biden speaking at the White House on the economy today, saying he wants to help the nation's middle class and put the nation on a new economic path.
One that invests in this nation, creates real sustained economic growth, and that benefits everyone.
The Kroger supermarket chain is bringing back a worker mask requirement, regardless of the employee's vaccination status. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
The fence is back around the U.S. Capitol building, and the National Guard's at the ready in case it needs to be deployed over the weekend, as police say they may need help with crowd control if things turn violent at a Saturday rally. As many as 1,000 demonstrators are planning to gather, according to police, to support the more than 600 people arrested in the January Capitol attack. The event's organizer calling them political prisoners and promising the rally will stay peaceful. But police and the National Guard not taking any chances. Workers started installing that fence around the building last night. It's another event that health officials suspect was a spreader of the virus in New York City. Health Department officials say anyone who attended the Electric Zoo Musical Festival over Labor Day weekend should get tested for COVID immediately, regardless of your vaccination status. Weekly jobless claims were up a bit last week from the week before. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A comedian gets very serious. Jim Brewer talks about his reaction to Biden's vaccine mandate.
Saturday Night Live alumni and stand-up comedian Jim Brewer has canceled shows in Michigan and New Jersey because the venues required all attendees to be vaccinated from COVID-19. Mr. Brewer on Fox News says he took it personal when Biden finger-wagged unvaccinated Americans.
When our leader put that out there and pointed the finger like we're the demons, I'm not vaccinated. I had COVID. You're not going to tell me about my body. I know my body. I know my morals. I know my faith. You don't come telling me and threaten me and everyone else as if we're the demons. I have two close friends right now, fully vaccinated, and they got COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And it's been a long goodbye, but the last Sears department store anywhere is going to be shutting its doors for good in the retailer's home state of Illinois. That's the one located in the Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg, Illinois. It's been announced that it will permanently shut its doors on November 14th. Sears Holdings had filed for bankruptcy protection back in October of 2018. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Who sent this? Got an email link this past day. And something about, Monkey Couch is going to have to jack it down. Several months ago, news broke about North Carolina's desire to ban the infamous Carolina squat. Quite honestly, I'd never even heard of it referred to as that. What the hell's a Carolina squat? North Carolina's House passed House Bill 692 unanimously, sent the bill to the Senate. The bill goes as follows. A private passenger automobile shall not be modified or altered to elevate more than 3 inches from the manufacturer's specified height in the front and lowering the automobile more than 2 inches from the specified height in the rear. There are 70,000 signatures on a petition that were in favor of the bill. Critics argue that, these modifications required to make the truck sit this way are dangerous. Despite that, the Carolina squat has become widespread in both the Carolinas. However, according to WTKR News, starting December 1st of this year, vehicles that are lower in the rear than the front will be illegal in North Carolina, because Governor Cooper's signing of House Bill 692. While most states regulate the height of bumpers on vehicles, North Carolina does not. With this bill, though, that changes. You cannot alter or elevate more than 3 inches from the standard ride height. Although lifted and lowered vehicles are widespread in the auto enthusiast world, lawmakers are concerned about the dangerous stance. Since the front end is pointing up, therefore your headlights are less affected. If you're driving, you can't see what's in front of you. It also affects how the truck handles the photograph attached, and that's, I guess, the Carolina squat. They raise the front end of the truck, pickup truck or whatever, a car, and it's almost like you're ready for takeoff. I don't know. I guess it's the cool thing. Is that the in thing if you go like cruising down at Myrtle Beach on the Strip or whatever? The Carolina squat. Morning, Horse Feathers. You got a Carolina squat on your rig?
Morning, Your Honor. No. But when I made my trip to Dinwiddie, Virginia, down there to the Holly Rock, I don't even remember the name of whatever the diesel drag thing was there.
Yeah.
Try to see the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk S10 diesel and all that. I did actually get to see it and touch it, but it never came out of the trailer because that was when it was broken. But that's all beside the point. But there was about 200 of them pieces of, what can you call them?
Yeah, okay.
Disc about? Yeah. So anyways, they all come rolling in, and I look at Kyle and I say, what bleep, what kind of crap is this? And he says, well, that's the latest thing. That's the Carolina squat.
Okay.
What the bleep are you talking about?
I'd never heard of it before.
And neither had I. To see these stupid pieces of crap, I mean, these, you talk about the definition of a waste of money. And I don't know, the people that are doing this, I don't know where people get their money from, because I tell you what, when I've been to these 2 drag races this year, there was more money in the parking lot there than probably you and I both ever seen in our lifetime. And this crap just rolls in off the street. I mean, that type, I was like, well, what's the point? There isn't even a point to it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't accomplish anything. I don't know. Boy, you just got me worked up there with that.
So
is
this where they put like air shocks on the front and pump them up or something?
No. They're fixed. They're fixed. They're jacked up 3-4 feet. They're in the front end, down in the back end, back bumper dragging the ground, front bumper. You look into the front bump. You know, some of the pickup trucks, heck, you can walk under the front bumper.
Wow,
it is just nuts. Yeah, and they do it to brand new ones, and they do it to old ones, and they do it. Hey, you want me to get somebody worked up? Watch this. They do it to 57 Chevy.
Oh no.
Yeah. So let's see how that phone call goes later on. But anyways, yeah. I guess we just had a little enjoyment. So now we got to bring the bad news in, don't we?
Yeah.
I was hoping you were going to do that.
I
was hoping you were going to do this before I got on the air.
I said I'd wait for you. I mean, so Horse Feathers had a message when was it before you laid down or whatever, or when you got up? What time of day did you get there?
Yeah, when I woke up there at about 4 o'clock, I had a message from about 2 o'clock in the afternoon from Lucky Penny, and in the message she informed me that Jean, her husband Ranger Jack there, who's her team partner, because they run that Western Star back and forth across from Ohio and Pennsylvania, back and forth every day. He passed away in the morning. So that was yesterday afternoon. I got the phone call. So yesterday morning, he passed away, and I guess they've been out for the last couple of weeks battling the COVID, and I don't know all the circumstances behind it, and I didn't push too hard to get them. But yeah, we got another loss in the trucking industry, another great loss. I mean, he was a great asset to this business. They've been doing this a long time, and they know a lot about what they were doing, and they were a good asset to this business. And it's just a shame to, I don't know, just a shame to lose somebody like that. And I'm still trying to figure out if I'm in the conspiracy part of this, that this is all released on us, or whether this is an experiment, or whether the drugs are shoving down us, or experiments, or where we're at with all of it. It all ain't looking good and feeling good anymore.
When I got the message from the princess when I got up this evening, she had a note in here on my desk, so she didn't forget to tell me. And I thought, I'm thinking, man, it was just, I guess it wasn't last Friday. It was, the Friday, the September 3rd, because we had Chris Brelchik on, and Ranger Jack, as he always does. He loves to talk to Chris, and he had called in and was inquiring about, getting all the right stuff to treat his truck and everything. And I guess he talked to us for a good 5-10 minutes that night, and that's the last conversation we had with him. So was that right about the time they came down sick with the COVID?
It must be, because, Lucky Penny told me they've been sick there for like 2 weeks with it. So, okay. I mean, that would put it right in that category there, that it was right after that call, that maybe that next weekend, going into the beginning of the next week, that they came down with it. And so I guess they both had it together. And as I say, I got some details, but I don't have enough to clearly go on and, elaborate about it. So I'll call Lucky Penny here again this weekend, and I'll get some more and see if we can get some more information together, and I'll either pass it on to you or call in with it or whatever, but we'll figure it out. But we'll see if we can get some more information about, what the proceedings are going to be and all that. So anyway, I guess to go on from that, Eagle brought her name up there. Did you see that our president invited Nicki Minaj-a-Trois to come over to the White House for a beer? Talk about the vaccination?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he wants her to come to the White House so they can talk about the vaccination and they can tell her why it's a good thing to do. I guess while they do that, maybe they can explain it to the rest of us. But I don't know. Just that, and now we've been more than 24 hours with that space crew there. The Inspiration 4 up in the air. They supposedly, from what I heard, they were supposed to circle the Earth 15 times a day. So they got to be pushing close to probably number 20 by now, I would think. 18, 20. That they've been up there in outer space and being able to see the world in a whole new light there. So congratulations to them for that and what they're doing. Hopefully it makes it so the rest of us can actually try to actually get out there. Maybe if the world's still in one piece by that time. But anyway, speaking of going for a ride, what is a virtual balcony on a cruise ship, Steve?
I wondered the same thing when I read that. What is that? You have some sort of a screen or something that makes it look like you've got a balcony cabin? I don't know.
Are you going to be stuck in like a little inside cabin down there on the lower deck there next to the crew, and you're going to have, as you said, this video screen to make you feel like you can see the outside? Maybe that's what they had on the SS Minnow there. We'll have to ask Gilligan. Maybe Gilligan's up to date on all that stuff. But hey, one quick thing there about Lucky Penny. She always said she always was hesitant to call because she didn't think she had a voice for radio, and didn't want to. She'll love talking to you, but talking with you, but she was always afraid that her voice wasn't good for the radio. And I said, Gilligan calls in every day. There isn't any problem with you. You'll be perfectly fine.
Oh, that's just wrong.
But it was. But I appreciate Gilligan because he knows it's all in good fun. But anyways, the only other thing I got going for you there was on our weather forecast. We got a little bit better weather coming, maybe at least temperature-wise, get away from these 90s. But in 1873, the low temperature for Baltimore was 41. It's one of the longest standing low temperatures there is there. So 18 that was like, I forget how many years it was, like 180 years or something. It's crazy how long it's been since that low temperature was broken there. 41 degrees for the 16th of September. So I guess with that, I've spread enough bad news. Hopefully got a little bit of laugh in there at some point. And you go out and find yourself some intelligent callers, and we'll kick back, listen to the rest of the show, and we'll catch you on the rebound.
I did a quick search, and I searched virtual balcony cabin, and essentially you're correct. What we were thinking, where you would have that wall, you're inside your little cabin there, and they've got like the curtains you would have on a regular balcony room with the window, and it's actually like a computer screen that looks like you're looking out at the ocean or the dock or whatever outside the window that's not really there.
Well, then all you need is a little fan to feel that nice, cool ocean breeze. Oh, wait a minute, that won't work.
You can't open the balcony door to get the feel of the actual outdoor. But that's what it is. It's an actual computer generated screen on your wall there in the inside cabins. It feels so real, right? All right, looking at 20 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have not tried these, the latest craze, the fad in recent years, plant-based meat. If it's a plant, it ain't meat, right? Plant-based hamburgers. Yeah, all the fast food joints have been offering these new offerings. I have no desire. I'll take a good old beef burger any day. Love my beef. So Timothy shared side by side the comparison, the ingredients in your plant-based, quote, hamburger. And let me look at the list here. Water, pea protein, expeller pressed canola oil, refined coconut oil, rice protein, natural flavors, cocoa butter, mung bean protein, methyl cellulose, potato starch, apple extract, pomegranate extract, salt, potassium chloride, vinegar, lemon juice concentrate, sunflower lecithin, and beet juice extract. That's what you get in your plant-based hamburger versus that beautiful, good old-fashioned beef hamburger, which the ingredients are beef. It's pretty simple. Hello, Fly Rod. What's going on? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. Greetings, salutations. Everyone, this is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message. Steve, it sounds like the show is going great tonight. Great content, great callers. I have a couple things out of the show notes to go over with you, if I may.
Are you looking to screw it all up? Is that what you're saying?
I know. I'm hoping to clarify things, Steve. That's all we try to do as your self-promoted executive producer. Me and Dimebag Denny and Lug Nut Lou, we go over these show notes continuously looking for flaws in the show, and we uncover them. And of course, we want to be transparent.
Okay.
As you always tell us. So, first off, an apology to Eskimo Mom. We mispronounced her name yesterday. We called her Eki Eid, Crisco Mom, and of course we called her Texaco, Mom. It's actually Eskimo, Mom. So
Yes,
my
yes.
apologies for that. And folks, we screw a lot of names up, if I may, and not on purpose. If the kickbox kicker just messes your names up when it prints out on the screen or on the paper, it messes the names up, and it's not on purpose. So, like Chevy guy called in, it always comes up as Sleazy Guy, and of course Heat Wave is Sleaze. No, it's Sheet Shave. And Jelly Bean Giant.
Jelly Bean, yes.
Giant.
Yes.
And Big Ed, Big Fred, and Big Moose is Big Poop. I mean, we cannot control this, folks. It is what it is. So, but speaking of Big Poop, I mean Big Moose. Steve, I have uncovered something that I must share with our listening audience. Now, yesterday he called in with another one of his gimmick pitches about was it Moose Incorporated? I forget what he called himself, whatever it was. But we've uncovered that he is trying to extort money from you drivers for the sole purpose of funneling money to the Chinese Communist government for the sole purpose of buying bobblehead dolls.
Bobbleheads?
That bobbleheads that look like Joe Biden. And he wants to put them in each and every one of your tractors. So when you're cruising down the interstate, that little bobblehead's going to bobble back and forth, and it's going to say, "Come on, man, we'll be 10-10 till we do it again." Can you believe it? That's one of the moments, Steve, where you say, WTH. So, Big Moose, if you're listening,
Big Poop.
we're on to you. Try again. Steve, one of our listeners has asked me to ask a question. I won't say who it is. He wants to know, how do you possibly butt dial someone from a shower stall? Apparently, one of our listeners got a phone call from someone from the shower. It was a 3-minute long butt dialed phone call where you could hear the water running in the background, them whistling, maybe a fart here and there. It lasted for 3 minutes. Exactly, and then it cut off. Well, they called this person back, and they said they vehemently denied calling them, butt dialing them. So they wanted me to just ask our listening audience, how do you butt dial someone from the shower?
That's a good question. Knucklebuster, there's your next stupid question.
These stupid questions, exactly. Now, Steve, I have another letter to read on air from one of our listeners. Would you like me to indulge you?
Well, as long as is it a positive message? No one saying anything disparaging.
It is.
Oh, okay. Well, yes.
No. This one is positive. Okay. All right. Quote. This letter comes from. I hope I get the name right. Dadgummit. This comes from Chris Orndorff, a.k.a. Hillbilligan. That must be Gilligan.
It must be.
Gilligan, yeah. Hillbilligan says, quote, "Dear Steve Sommers, thank you so much for your show. Me and Marianne love your show. We love listening to you. We've been listening for many, now I'm reading what he's wrote here, many years. By the way, Steve, I am a daytime pig farmer and a nighttime driver for, it looks like Averitt Express.
Averitt.
Yeah, that's what it is,
Okay.
Averitt Express. And he says to Steve, I have 3 questions I want to ask you. What is your favorite restaurant, McDonald's or Burger King? So you can answer that one first off.
I would prefer Burger King. I like that flame broiled flavor.
Okay. Then he says, my favorite color is green. What is your favorite color?
My favorite color? Let me go with Big Moose right now. How about that?
Big Moose. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you know the difference between a pig farmer and a manure spreader? Take a look in the mirror, because you talk enough crap. I'm surprised you don't have to rub preparation H on your lips to get hemorrhoids of the mouth.
Oh, you want to go there again, Big Goose, huh?
Yeah, I do want to go there, because...
You and what army? I'll tell you what right now, Sunshine. I got your number.
Well, I hope
We
you
didn't
do
have
have my
wrestling
number because it ain't had nothing to.
giving up on you.
This Chinese order didn't have nothing to do with no bobbleheads. I believe that was you and your AstroTurf mowing ring mate that was ordering T-shirts from China that says "Cowboys' butts drive us nuts." It didn't have nothing to do with me or no bobbleheads. So whatever you got to tell yourself.
Puppies and kitties bumper sticker, pal. Right back at you.
Hey, you named the time and place because I named it last time and I was there and somebody supposedly got thrown in the hoop scale for speeding. I heard that what you was doing, you was pimping out Heat Wave down there and the Boone County Sheriff got you. What I heard didn't have nothing to do with no speeding ticket.
Well, you just name the time and the place and I'll pop you like a big old yellow zip. It don't make no mind to me. You tell me when and where, sunshine.
Oh, here we
and
go
I'll be there.
again.
You can bring your puppies and kitties. And
haven't we been here, done that before? Yeah, Mr. No-Show. Mr. No-Show Fly Rod. I got pulled over.
Yeah, I got pulled over. Wham! Oh, well, I just wanted to clarify that. I ain't ordered no bobbleheads, so... Yeah, I don't care what the green machine says there. I ain't got nothing to do with no extortion plot or no Chinese bobbleheads.
Well, whatever. By golly, I know. I'll tell you what, I'm speechless, Steve. Anyway, that letter was from Gilligan, and that's all I got to say. I ain't going to talk to Big Goose. He and I'll settle this.
You settle behind the scene. Yeah, right. You got a big ass whooping coming. Is that what he said? Oh, boy.
That's what I think. I'm going to stomp a mud hole in it, and I'm going to Tennessee waltz it dry. Come on. It's 10, 10, 10 on the side.
I got a question for you, Big Moose. I got a song sent to me, and I'm curious. Did you write that song? Did you put that together?
Yeah. Do you like that?
That was pretty nice. I mean, are you gonna? You get that to the right person, that could be a next big hit, Moose.
Well, that's one of the retirement plans. I'm working on that as we speak. So don't let that squirrel out of the cage just yet.
So I'm not allowed to play it for the rest of the listening audience.
Let me get a. I done contacted BMI. As soon as I get a copyright on it, you can play it every night if you want.
That's why I was gonna do it, and I said, you know what? He's got to have a copyright on that because, I mean, just it's coming from the heart, Moose, and I know what it's all about, and I like I said, you get that to the right person, it might go somewhere.
Well, we're hoping. I've sold a few of them over the years. Maybe we can get us another one out of the deal before we're done.
Well, we'll just leave that as a teaser for the audience. So stay tuned. One of these mornings, we'll be able to share that with them.
Yep, sounds like a plan, buddy. I'm gonna get over here and try to make a mad dash through the Hoosier State, and I'm gonna take my happy self home and enjoy the weekend. I've got to mow my AstroTurf this weekend.
All right. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you, Moose. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy your weekend. Yep. 10-10 or whatever. How are you doing? Keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. Forgot that. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The fiancé of a missing 22-year-old Florida woman is now listed by police as a person of interest in the disappearance of Gabby Petito. She was reported missing by her family almost a month ago. Her father expressing extreme frustration that Brian Laundrie, her fiancé, won't talk about anything he may know about his daughter's whereabouts.
You can't have a more frustrating situation.
Meanwhile, Brian Laundrie's family isn't speaking either.
The Petito family attorney, Richard Stafford, on Thursday read part of the family's statement begging for their daughter's fiancé and his parents to help with the investigation.
As a parent, how could you let us go through this pain?
I'm Tim Berg.
Republican Congressman from Ohio, Anthony Gonzalez, tweeting tonight he's not seeking re-election. He was one of 10 U.S. House Republicans voting to impeach President Trump. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP Supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, thank you so much. Back on a Friday, TGIF. Yeah, rolling toward the weekend. Couple of other industry headlines. Let's see here. Let's start in the bluegrass. Kentucky State Police announcing the grand opening of a new scale house. Just what you wanted to hear, right? Yeah, KSP holding a grand opening event at the new scale house on 8986 U.S. Highway 23 North in East Point, Kentucky. Grand opening next Tuesday. State police say the facility will feature state-of-the-art technology, fiber optic communications, and automated weigh-in-motion capabilities to help increase safety on the U.S. 23 corridor. That authorities offering a cash reward for information on person or persons responsible for setting multiple fires at a Pennsylvania warehouse, causing millions of dollars worth of damage. This is going back last Friday, as a matter of fact. The BATF, in partnership with the Manchester Township Police, announcing a cash reward up to $15,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible for setting fires at the Target FedEx facility on South Salem Church Road in West Manchester Township, Pennsylvania. The fires have been reported at the multi-million square foot facility since June of last year, causing millions of dollars worth of damage to the building. Investigators have determined that these fires were incendiary in nature. So I guess it sounds like maybe they've had multiple events over a period of time, so they want to find who's doing this. Anyone with information is asked to call the West Manchester Police, Sergeant Kraut, or Detective DeWitt. All right, let's see. A portion of Highway 1 in California shut down indefinitely following a fatal crash off a cliff, according to police. Wednesday afternoon near Pacifica, California. The reason behind the single vehicle crash still not clear. Witnesses say they saw the car drive off the road, roll down the cliff near the Devil's Slide Trail. Crews spent several hours recovering a body and a vehicle a few hundred feet below the roadway. Victim's name still not released, but the incident still under investigation. Now, that this report was just yesterday, but they said this section of the highway was closed indefinitely as of Wednesday night. I'm not sure if that's ongoing or not. All right. All right, how about one more for you here? What do we have? A reality television and trucking company owner who planned to use his PPP program as a cover for his long-running Ponzi scheme has been sentenced to federal prison. Maurice Fain, the 38-year-old who starred in the reality television series Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, sentenced to 17 years, 6 months in prison, to be followed by 5 years of supervised release, according to the news release from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Northern District of Georgia. He's also been ordered to pay $4,465,800 and some dollars in restitution to victims. Pleading guilty in May of this year to conspiracy and wire fraud related to a Ponzi scheme, and for bank fraud, making false statements to a financial institution. Fain planned to use the PPP program, the Personal Paycheck Protection Program, as a cover for his long-running Ponzi scheme. According to the attorney, the funds the program supplies serve as a lifeline, of course, to many businesses who were trying to stay afloat during the pandemic. Unfortunately, his fraud helped to deplete those precious dollars. They detailed the scheme. From March of 2013 through May of last year, he was running a multi-state Ponzi scheme that defrauded more than 20 people who had invested in his trucking business. He promised that he would use the investors' money to operate the business. Instead, he used the money to pay personal debts and expenses and to fund an extravagant lifestyle. During the scheme, he spent more than $5 million at an Oklahoma casino. Well, April of last year, at the height of the pandemic, when so many businesses were going under, he submitted a $3.7 million PPP loan application, falsely claiming that his trucking business had 107 employees and an average monthly payroll of $1,490,000. He promised to use those loan proceeds to retain those workers and maintain payroll or make mortgage interest payments, lease payments, and utility payments related to his trucking business. Instead, he used the loan proceeds for improper purposes. $40,000 for past due child support, $50,000 for restitution owed in a previous fraud case, $65,000 in cash withdrawals, $85,000 for custom-made jewelry, $136,000 to lease a Rolls Royce, $230,000 to associates who helped him run his Ponzi scheme, $907,000 to start a new business in Arkansas. Lying to gain access to the pandemic response programs is not without consequence, according to the Small Business Association. Office of Inspector General will relentlessly pursue evidence of fraud against these programs that were aimed at assisting the small businesses struggling with the pandemic. I want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office for their leadership and dedication. Only problem is when you order restitution of $4.5+ million and you've spent all the money. I mean, it sounds like a lot of that went up in gambling expenses. What do they? Grandpa always said you can't get blood out of a turnip, I think is the way he put it. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Who we got on the line? It says, just me. You want to talk about the COVID vaccines?
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Doing well.
You know, I'm going to answer the question that, the stupid question here before I hang up. But my father was 83 years old, lives by himself, and he wasn't going to get the vaccine. And he went to his family doctor. He goes every few months. He has a pacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd saw things, the stories, with the heart issues. And so his doctor basically coerced him into getting the vaccine. So he went and got it. He took the first shot, waited 2 weeks. A few days ago, he took the second shot. And 3 days later, now his heart's going crazy. So now he's got an appointment with the cardiologist to see what's going on with that. So we're hoping that, there's really nothing there, but it didn't start till 3 days after he took the shot.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching a video from a gentleman in Australia, and I found it very interesting that he said that Pfizer and Moderna, or not Moderna, but AstraZeneca went to them and when they was releasing the vaccines, and the Australian government said, you can put your vaccine in our country, but you have to take responsibility if anybody dies or anybody has medical issues. Pfizer would not put their vaccine in Australia because they wouldn't stand behind what that government said you need to stand behind before you put it in here. So the thing that gets me is I've watched enough, I've read enough, I've seen enough. My wife's a hygienist. She's in people's mouths every day.
Mm-hmm.
She got back last year. They closed the offices, and they asked the dentist the main reason why they closed all the medical offices because they were so short on PPE. They literally sent out the American Dental Association sent out letters to the dentists asking them to donate their PPE they had to the nearest hospital so they could get the PPE that they needed before they could, get the orders in.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife was off for like a month, and then they started going back. So she has been cleaning people. She's been in people's mouths every single day since May of last year. She wears her mask just like she always did, okay? And she won't take the shot because She actually has a blood clot disorder. She almost died 4 years ago because of a medication she was taking. She thought she was having a migraine because she's had migraines before. And she actually passed out. I found her in convulsions on our bed one morning at 6 a.m., called 911. She was in the hospital for 4 weeks. And that's when they found out it wasn't a migraine. She was actually bleeding on her brain.
Wow.
And it was from a medication. It was from a medication she was taking. If I hadn't been home, she would have probably died.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the thing that gets me about this whole thing, Steve, is it's like you can see it, you can read it. It's out there that there are side effects from this garbage. And people that say, well, we need to get the vaccine to cut back, and we need to get the vaccine to stop this thing. I had a gentleman I've known for years attack me on Facebook and basically said to me, when I wasn't taking the vaccine, he basically told me that, well, you know, if you don't take the vaccine 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to die, and we'll just be rid of Trump voters like you. That's what he said to me on Facebook.
Yeah.
So it was kind of ironic today that he posted on Facebook, double shot, he posted on Facebook that he's got COVID. I wanted to go after that, but you know what? I knew it wouldn't be right. The man's, you know, in his 80s, 90 years old, and I knew it wouldn't be right. But it's like they are ignoring, and I don't know if you saw the video or not, but the mother that sat with her daughter in a wheelchair.
Yep.
I don't know if you happen to see that video or not.
I have seen that, yes.
Sat with her daughter. You've seen it. Sat with her daughter, 12 years old. She's in a wheelchair and a feeding tube. Now, here's the question I propose to people that say, well, we need to get the shot to stop this stuff. What if that was your daughter? What would your proposals be then? If that was your daughter sitting in that wheelchair with a feeding tube for who knows how long? So, to answer the question, the stupid question or whatever, however you was phrasing, you know.
I think the question was, Jolly Green Giant wanted to know from Big Sexy, what is it going to take to convince you to take the shot?
Well, I'll tell you what it's going to take for me to get the shot. Back when all the craziness started last year, I was born and raised in West Virginia. We hunted and fished for food for years, okay, when I was a kid. My dad was a coal miner for 30 years, retired from the coal mines, okay? So I've never, ever owned a gun since I was a kid. I moved out, went to college, blah, 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 you know, married, got kids, never owned a gun. During the whole COVID thing, there's 3 9s and an AR in my house. Somebody comes through that door to put a needle in my arm. Somebody's going out in the body bag, whether it's me or somebody else. That's what it's going to take for them to give me a shot.
Wow.
Personally, that's what's going to. And I've told my wife, I said, they come through that door, it's either going to be me or them, because you're not putting that crap in me. I don't know how many people have actually sat and watched these doctors. I watched one today, Steve, he's a research biologist. And he said, what this stuff started out to be, it's biological warfare. When they passed the law in the United States that Fauci and Bill Gates could not do their research over here, they moved it to Wuhan. Bill Gates has a monogram on the wall of his place up in Washington, Center for Population Control. What's it going to take for? I mean, I get it. You know, I'm of the philosophy that if you want to get the shot, Steve, you go get the shot. If you don't, then you don't.
Yep.
But don't come at me with it. I haven't had the shot. I've been out here running and doing our thing. I stay away from people as much as possible. Our terminal in Akron, where I live, just had an outbreak. 32 drivers and office personnel got COVID. 1 person died from it. They had overlying conditions. He was a lot overweight. But there was 32 people. And the thing that's asinine about that is this. The woman in the office that brought it in was sick for a week, coughing and sneezing in the office, and nobody asked her to go get tested. 2 weeks later, 32 drivers and office personnel out with COVID. So before I go, I just want to say I'm glad to see you're back. I didn't know you was back. Somebody put up a poster or put up a note down in our Louisville terminal that you was back on. That's when I found out you were back on. But I used to listen to you and your dad years. Can't count the miles. That I used to listen to. I'm more of a listener than a caller. But when this thing gets when people want to push this thing, the way people want to push this thing, it gets me furious.
Yeah.
Because nobody can. My wife said, "Why? Why are they pushing this so hard?" And I said, "One reason. They don't care. They don't care what happens to you. They don't care what happens to your kids." In Japan, I'll say this and I'll go. In Japan, I saw a thing in Japan. I read the story in Japan. Okay, they're vaccinating 6-month-old babies. They're putting QR codes on them to keep track of what the vaccine does to them. True story. That's what they're doing. And with the plant-based food, the hamburger thing you was mentioning a while ago, that natural flavors thing, because my wife has allergies too. She can't take if she eats something with MSG in it, it almost knocks her out and puts her to sleep.
Wow.
But that one little thing in her natural flavors is disguised as chemicals. It's preservatives. They hide it under that natural flavor thing. I read a book. It's been a few years ago. There's 2 doctors. They do overseas research. They do and they volunteer for poor countries. They go to Zimbabwe and these countries that don't have a lot. And they wrote this book called Rich Food, Poor Food. If you get a chance, Steve, read it.
Okay.
And there are chemicals in our food. There's one chemical that in third world countries, if you're caught with a pound of it, it's prison sentence. And they put it in our food over here. So they don't care about what they put in your body, as long as you do what they want you to. So it's nice to have you back on. Like I say, I'm more of a listener than a caller, but it's good to hear people back. It's good to hear Goodrich, and I didn't know he was, even though he was still around, but I remember him calling into your dad's show years and years ago.
Yeah.
So it's good to hear this. I enjoy it. I listen to it, and it's entertaining, and I really appreciate what you do, and I've said my 2 cents, and
I think I know who put that little banner up, because he sent me a photo of it this past day. It's actually one of those stickers that we send out with the orders now, promoting the program. So, hey, that one sticker got one listener. That's worth the investment. Great.
But they do have that up, but this was back. I'm going to say 3 months ago, and it was just a handwritten note, and they had printed out a picture of your logo that you have on on your program.
Oh, okay. So maybe it wasn't who I'm thinking
microphone.
Of. Okay.
Yeah, I drive for Holland. So
okay.
That helps.
That was a different driver then, yeah.
But he put it up, and I downloaded the app. But I like listening on Facebook better. But I listened to your dad since I started driving in '89. I think I came across him like in '90 or '91. And I've been used to listen to him ever since you were with XM, and when you was doing weekends, and But I enjoy listening. Like I say, I don't call. The first time I've called in years. And I just like more of a listener than a caller. But
yeah, well,
I enjoy the program.
Hell's bells! I'm scrambling to get a pen here because first time caller there. I mean, I need to get you a code.
Oh.
Oops, let me ask, have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet?
I put it in my car.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get you a
cleaner.
$60 code so you can purchase whatever you need for your car or whatever you want to.
Yeah, I put the cleaner stuff in my car, yeah.
All right, get you some gasoline extreme or whatever and stick shit eliminator. Got your number here, and is your handle just me, or do you have a handle?
Yeah, that's, I don't have a radio in here, but yeah, it's what I've used for years.
Okay.
When I had a radio, but, slip seating the way we do, I don't leave it in here. If you leave it in here, somebody will steal it. So,
bingo. All right. Well, hey, great to hear from you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend, and check in anytime you like. I'm glad you found us back here. And as far as his comments about, you got the woman in the office hacking and coughing for three damn weeks. And I was thinking it was Labor Day weekend, right? We had gone out to eat with some friends and neighbors on Friday night. And then Saturday morning, I got up to go to Little Romans football game, and I'm Telling the wife, I'm kind of congested and my throat was scratchy. And as the day progressed, throat got really sore. I felt like my head was going to explode and my teeth were hurting it's all that sinus congestion. I immediately went out and got the COVID home test. I took a test ultimately, I guess, what was it, on Sunday, and then took a test on Monday to double check. It came back negative both times, but in this day and age, if you're coming down with what you think is a cold, might be just a good idea to get the damn test kit. They're only like 20-something bucks. It's not going to break the bank, but that way you'll know whether you're going to be infected. Do you let the grandkids come over? Do I let my kids come over? That was my concern. I'm going to quarantine myself and hope and pray that my wife doesn't come down with it if I actually had it. All right. With that, we'll get our news update. Top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
New research saying the U.S. has seen a rise in mass shootings nationwide since the coronavirus pandemic began. A study out today in the journal JAMA Open Network also finding that mass shootings doubled in July 2020 when compared to a year before. Gun Violence Archives is reporting there have been 498 mass shootings this year so far. President Biden speaking at the White House on the economy today, saying he wants to help the nation's middle class and put the nation on a new economic path.
One that invests in this nation, creates real sustained economic growth, and that benefits everyone.
The Kroger supermarket chain is bringing back a worker mask requirement, regardless of the employee's vaccination status. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
The fence is back around the U.S. Capitol building, and the National Guard's at the ready in case it needs to be deployed over the weekend, as police say they may need help with crowd control if things turn violent at a Saturday rally. As many as 1,000 demonstrators are planning to gather, according to police, to support the more than 600 people arrested in the January Capitol attack. The event's organizer calling them political prisoners and promising the rally will stay peaceful. But police and the National Guard not taking any chances. Workers started installing that fence around the building last night. It's another event that health officials suspect was a spreader of the virus in New York City. Health Department officials say anyone who attended the Electric Zoo Musical Festival over Labor Day weekend should get tested for COVID immediately, regardless of your vaccination status. Weekly jobless claims were up a bit last week from the week before. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A comedian gets very serious. Jim Brewer talks about his reaction to Biden's vaccine mandate.
Saturday Night Live alumni and stand-up comedian Jim Brewer has canceled shows in Michigan and New Jersey because the venues required all attendees to be vaccinated from COVID-19. Mr. Brewer on Fox News says he took it personal when Biden finger-wagged unvaccinated Americans.
When our leader put that out there and pointed the finger like we're the demons, I'm not vaccinated. I had COVID. You're not going to tell me about my body. I know my body. I know my morals. I know my faith. You don't come telling me and threaten me and everyone else as if we're the demons. I have 2 close friends right now, fully vaccinated, and they got COVID.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And it's been a long goodbye, but the last Sears department store anywhere is going to be shutting its doors for good in the retailer's home state of Illinois. That's the one located in the Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg, Illinois. It's been announced that it will permanently shut its doors on November 14th. Sears Holdings had filed for bankruptcy protection back in October of 2018. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Last Friday for the summer of 21. Yeah, next Friday will be a couple days into officially fall. Yeah, here it is. There you go. I guess you sent that to me to forward to Big Moose. I think Big Moose has been around long enough where he's got some connections in the music biz. Yeah, Knucklebuster sent me a link to Alan Jackson's booking agent and pricing. There you go. I mean, I don't know. He'd be a good one to get a hold of that. Let me see here. Hello to Shaky. Said you were talking about the Carolina squad. My wife and I went to Myrtle Beach back in August. And I had seen a few people like that running around my town in Edinburgh, Indiana. And I just kind of shake my head and laugh. But when we got down there, and especially the closer we got to Myrtle Beach, holy hell, they were everywhere. Now, my wife was big into 4x4s in our younger day, and she pretty well knows her stuff. She made me laugh so hard, I almost had to pull over. She looks over at me with this funny face and asks, "What the hell? Can none of these people down here afford to finish out a damn lift kit?" Yeah, they got the front lifted, and they didn't put it in the back, right? That's very good. Let me see. There's Sylvester trying to check in. I'm tried to call in. He keeps saying the line is busy. Yeah, that is correct right now. We got, all the lines are full there, Sylvester. He did say AstraZeneca is available in Australia and has been since the beginning of the availability of vaccinations. The vaccines available are the Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Moderna is just now arriving there in Australia. Okay. Thank you much for checking in. Let me jump Philip on the line this morning in Florida. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, you too, man. Another day at Wally Mart. So hanging tight. Oh, I guess splashdown's going to be Saturday, Steve.
Coming back a day early, are they?
They said they'd be back Saturday night.
Okay.
That's when they're going to be back Saturday night. I know there's a lot of mad people down here about it because SpaceX isn't putting everything in their daily life out about what's going on in the mission. But it's a private mission. It isn't like NASA. You know, you can watch what goes on the space station every day if you want to watch the NASA channel. But SpaceX hasn't televised any of the what they're doing as far as experiments and all that stuff.
I mean, the four individuals up there, none of them are actual astronauts, but because were they supposed to be actually doing some sort of experiments while they're there?
Oh, yes, they are. They're going to be, they showed actually SpaceX, if you watch the footage before the launch, they were showing some of the experiments they were going to be doing. They're doing experiments on how the human body, when you go up into space, the water in your body changes the way it is. So your organs and everything, they go in different positions and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things that go on to the human body when you go into space, and that's what they're doing with these folks. They've actually got a sonogram reader that they plug into an iPad, and they're able to do sonogram readings on their bodies to see how the water in their bodies is moving around and where different things are going. They're going to be doing that. They're going to be doing experiments on the eyes. So they're going to have these special they look like kind of like a sunglasses, but one side of the eye is colored a different color than the other as far as the lens in the eyes are different colors. And they're going to try different experiments with the eyes. They're doing a lot of medical experiments.
Interesting.
That's one reason that one little lady went with them, because that's what she's going to primarily be doing. Her and the emission specialist are going to be doing those experiments on them. Don't fool anybody. They say they don't know nothing. Those people know something. They gave them the basic training, and if you look at the commander and the pilot, they're both experienced pilots, just like an astronaut be. If you look, most of the astronauts that are the commander and the pilot on those flights, these people they don't have the NASA credentials, the astronaut credentials, but they have the credentials as far as being pilots, knowing how to control a ship. So this stuff about them being fully autonomous, I believe it. You know, I know it's fully autonomous, but I imagine if something happened, they could take over and fly it. But I was watching it the other night before the launch, SpaceX had a lot of background information on those folks, and they're not as common as people think they are. But their jobs are detailed in what they did. It's some really cool footage. If anybody wants to watch some of the pre-launch footage for SpaceX, I'm pretty sure you could see it on SpaceX's channel on a replay.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty interesting. It was neat to see where they come from, that kind of thing, and hopefully Elon does this more, because that's true testing there. If you got somebody these people had nothing to do with space at all, and they're testing them up there to see how their bodies are going to react to zero gravity, because think about it, Steve. Elon wants to go to Mars, right?
Yes, sir.
He wants to go to the moon. He needs to make sure what's going to happen when them people are up there. And they're only up there for 3 days, which is not really a long time. But can you imagine put somebody in a capsule like that for 3 months or a year? You know, that's what they're doing in the space station. So pretty cool stuff. But I'll be glad to see them get back. They're going to be landing off of Florida here. It's going to be a nighttime drop. I don't think they're going to let the little Navy out there that was out there that one time when that capsule came in, that's going to stop. The Coast Guard is probably going to have a no boat area out there, just like they've been doing, and hopefully it works out okay. Everybody gets back. We got a little bitty storm sitting out there, Steve. We're wondering what's going to happen with it. Did you see that?
Yeah, waiting to see if that does get our next name for the 21 season.
Yeah, I'm interested in that 95L. That's the one I'm interested in. 96L, I'm not too concerned about, but 95L, most of the models are showing it's going to come out and it's going to curve back and go east. I've seen that before, and it's kind of just flip-flopped, and it depends on where that Bermuda high goes. She'll either go low or high, but I don't know. I ain't got faith in those models they got right there, because I've seen that too many times. It looked like, oh yeah, it's going to curve up, and then what's it do? It goes straight for the Caribbean, or it goes straight up around Cuba and shoots the bend and comes up in us. So just got to sit back and wait. I mean, she's still quite a ways out. You're looking, what, about 7 days?
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. As far as the gentleman that called in a little while ago about the vaccine, I feel your pain there. Everybody has a lot of anxieties and a lot of crap worrying about the vaccines and what's going on. I'm sure you've heard mine enough, Steve. But he just needs to chill out about that vaccine stuff. People are letting this get too pressuring their life so much and taking so much out of what they could be doing in life, worrying about a damn vaccine and this COVID stuff. I mean, absolutely, we should worry about it. And you were talking about the young lady coughing at the desk. A lot of people don't understand. Don't understand it. And if I say this, I know there's going to be a lot of mad people, but sometimes folks got to work. And I don't know how many of us out there before COVID, we worked, even when we were sick.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know everybody's situation. And sometimes people put that before their other people's well-being. And that has happened in the past. And we've all went to work sick. How many times have you went to work, Steve, with the flu? I mean, I know I have. And you know what? I've never had flu shot. And that's just proof, hey, you know what? If you feel like you're bad, you need to stay home. That's the number one thing that my two employers tell me. If I feel bad, stay home.
Yeah.
I just got through with it here at Walmart. I do a check every time I work at Walmart. I don't do it at Disney. We don't do it no more. Disney got rid of it. But with Walmart, before any associate walks into the store, they have to do a COVID screening test. And that COVID screening test is basically you're answering questions like, do you feel these symptoms? Do you have this? Do you got this going on? You answer these questions, and you're supposed to answer them before you actually walk in the store, and it won't even let you clock in until you do that test in the store. So, but that test tells you if you're not feeling good, stay home.
Yeah.
Just like that lady, if she didn't feel good. But a lot of people, and I understand where the lady's coming from, sometimes you get into a financial situation, you have to work. You have to work. And I can understand that. But in some hindsight, you've got to understand, hey, you got to protect the people that you're working with. And it ain't just COVID. I mean, it could be the common flu. It could be a cold. It could be anything that spread, so. But that's my feelings on it, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for checking in there. Philip checking in from the Sunshine State this morning. Yeah, I know early on, going back when all this first got started, that most employers were telling you if you feel sick. I don't know. I don't think we didn't even have the rapid test yet at that point. But they were giving you like two weeks paid because you had to quarantine for 2 weeks. If you tested positive or were sick or whatever, I don't even, like I said, if they didn't even have the test yet, but yeah, if you were quarantined from being close to someone or a family member that maybe had COVID, are they still offering any paid time for people in the event they do test positive? But let's get our quick 2-minute time out here. Return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We'll jump right back to the calls here on a Friday, TGIF. What do you say, Knucklebuster? Morning.
Thanks for taking me a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know that girl on that SpaceX flight there, she's a St. Jude's physician's assistant there. When she was 10 years old, she had cancer in St. Jude, and decided that when she grew up, she wanted to work for St. Jude's, and now she's added that space flight to her bucket list there, which she can scratch that one off now because she's already up there, right?
Yep, you're right.
Well, you know, Sears is the original Amazon. I hate to see them going out there. That'll be the last store closing there, right?
Heard that on the
according to your
news
news
break.
thing.
It's kind of sad. No more Sears.
Yeah, Sears and Roebuck. Well, you and I know the truth on that Capitol insurrection. We've already read on that part of it there. So I'll just take my family member's word at it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, you could have just took a homemade COVID test there instead of spending that $20. You know, you could have just walked by somebody when they were using the bathroom, and you smell it, you ain't got COVID, right?
I didn't lose any sense of smell or taste. That was all good. Yeah, you don't hear much about that anymore. People, you know, for those that are testing positive, I'm not hearing much of anything about them losing smell or taste anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know there. Anyway, I took my vaccine there. My daughter, one of my daughters worked for Pfizer and the other one worked for United Health. I trust my daughters. I don't trust the healthcare system, but I trust my daughters. And they asked me to take the vaccine just to protect them and the kids. So that's what I done there. And you do what you want. I don't care. I'm like Joe D. Messina. I might give a damn busted there, right?
There you go.
But, yeah, and I got a question. So, Bellamy Brothers song from Jalapenos says, why do they put a warning on them little blue pills when there's no such thing as being too erect? Oh, don't answer that. Just leave that one there. And some stupid questions are better left alone. See, the answer may make you sound more stupid than the person asking the question. You know, and the Bible even tells you to don't argue with a fool because you'll eventually start sounding just like the fool there, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, at that Roach's funeral, we're going to play Mr. Alan Jackson's song, A Million Ways to Die. And that reminds me I need to make a suggestion to Mr. Jackson for a new song there, Yippee-Yi-Yi Cow Putty, right? Well, I had to be 25 years old in order to legally drive a truck to even get a chauffeur's license. Prior to that, I worked in construction. And old Bubba would always put a big wad of red man chewing tobacco in his mouth there. And at lunch, he would spit it out. After lunch, he would get another mouthful. At the end of the day, spit it out. By the end of the job, it looked just like a herd of cows had come through there and used that mooloo there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I sent it there to call Mr. Alan Jackson on that song there for Big Moose there, but, you know, what was I think I read that right? $400,000 just for a corporate or a private show. Well, Chris could schedule us one of them. He makes enough money to do that there, right?
Ah, there you go.
Let's get this thing wound. Let's get this thing wound up down there. Well, the NFL, the games to watch this weekend is the Atlanta Falcons and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. TB12 is going to win again. And then Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals against them Chicago Cubbies there, or the Bears. Well, the college football games, we got some great rivalries this weekend there. Oklahoma and Nebraska, Alabama and Florida. Penn State and Auburn's not really that one, but it's a good, interesting game. And then Georgia and South Carolina. And I want to congratulate them Washington Reds football team for the win over the New Jersey Giants tonight, or last night too. So anyway, that's all Mo Hogwash right now. We'll talk to you later.
Have a good morning and a great weekend, Knucklebuster. We're rolling toward bottom of the hour news break. Yeah, and, Philip was talking about the tropics. What's our next concern? Yeah, there's a large storm with drenching rain brewing over the Pacific. It's going to be bringing some rains into the Pacific Northwest. Aside from our disturbance right off the coast of the Carolinas right now, there's a tropical wave more than 800 miles to the southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands. That's Invest 95L. Appears to be very robust as it moved off the coast of Africa a couple days ago. There has been a key factor that may be responsible for preventing tropical development through this past day. Tracking across the central Atlantic at a rapid pace, and this likely explains why it has yet to develop a well-defined low-level circulation. It's moving so rapidly, all development, if any, will be slow to occur. Now, it likely would not take much of a reduction in that forward speed to allow a better defined circulation. At the surface, it's expected this system will slow down in the next couple of days. It would have a better than 50-50 chance of developing in the coming days. There you go. They break it down further, but yeah, it's a number of days out here. Models, like Philip said, some models say it could take a more southerly track and maybe come up somewhere toward the East Coast, or it could take that more northerly track and track on out to sea, maybe toward Bermuda, whatnot. Let's get our news break in here. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
New research saying the U.S. has seen a rise in mass shootings nationwide since the coronavirus pandemic began. A study out today in the journal JAMA Open Network also finding that mass shootings doubled in July 2020 when compared to a year before. Gun Violence Archives is reporting there have been 498 mass shootings this year so far. President Biden speaking at the White House on the economy today, saying he wants to help the nation's middle class and put the nation on a new economic path.
One that invests in this nation, creates real sustained economic growth, and that benefits everyone.
The Kroger supermarket chain is bringing back a worker mask requirement, regardless of the employee's vaccination status. And this is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I see some of our friends on the Facebook and YouTube chatting about harvest time. Norman said corn harvest getting underway where he's at. Fred said, yeah, corn harvest is already over into the beans where he's at. Eskimo Mom said they're just starting to harvest here in the southern Great Lakes. All right. Fred said, haven't talked to anyone in the last couple of days, but they should be finished with the number 4 and moving into the late beans. A good bit of the fields he's seeing are already finished. All right, there you go. Hello to Ken this morning. Rise and shine. It's prep time. Happy Friday. It's been a good week. Stay safe. Safe travels. That's our friend Kentucky Ken. Ready to roll, are you, huh? All right, good to have you with us here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Back to the phones we go. Would that be Gilligan?
Good morning, Steve. I'm going to have to address a couple issues that come up a little while ago. First of all, Mr. Short Rod / Lieutenant Louise / Diamondback Denise, I will be in contact with my lawyer in the morning.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Misrepresenting me is a serious problem. I'll be writing him a letter. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a telephone or an office, so I got to write him to his P.O. box. And don't worry, he's working on his law books. He'll be on the bus by October 2nd to go out there to represent you in your case about your speeding tickets. He has got the best mind, legal mind, and all of Cape Bridge, West Virginia representative. So, Short Rod, it's on. Now, if he gets back, he'll start on suing you. First of all, Steve, now think about this. If I was going to ask your favorite restaurant, why would I use Burger King and McDonald's? Wouldn't you think it'd be something like Red Lobster or Texas Roadhouse or Applebee's? Wouldn't you think that? Come on now. Well, anyway, he asked my favorite color and did that one. Well, we know that Lieutenant Louise, it's pink, and Diamondback Denise, it's purple, and on Short Rod, it's yellow like the street does back. He talks the crap, but he gets backed up. Now, need to move on to old horsey feathers there. Well, horsey feathers, you don't have to worry about it inside cabin on the SS Minnow. We all have a beautiful view from the SS Minnow.
Oh, yeah.
There's no, none of that. No. He's talking about how my voice ain't very good in radio. Well, we seen the pictures of him, with Kevin there and at the drags down there a couple months ago. Let's face it, the poor man definitely does have a face for radio. Cool. Man, I thought that was bad. Yeah. Oh, well, he's right. It's all good fun. Hey, you got time for a short beach story?
A short feature story?
Yeah, but another beach story.
Beach story.
Me and Mary Ann was wandering out the beach, and have you ever been on one of them clothing optional beaches, Steve?
Actually, I have. Yes, I have.
Yeah. And I said, well, I got my Speedo on, and she's got her itty bitty teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. And I said, well, we ain't got to take it off. We'll just leave it on. Well, the first thing we seen was that 87-year-old woman that flashed the biker, that looked like oranges in bread sacks. Boy, they didn't look any better there either. Then we realized the tide was still out. Looked around, yeah, sure enough. Boy, that girl looks like a monkey staker and drag. Oh, but she looks even worse no clothes on. I'm telling you what. And we found out horse feathers was there. Well, I don't know. I've never seen a horse feather, but trust me, that's not a horse feather. Yeah. I didn't notice, but Mary Ann said, yeah, it looked more like a sparrow feather, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
My advice is stay away from the clothing optional beach, because, you don't see them girls over there in little string bikinis and cute little hot dogs over there. They stay over there with their bikinis on. I'll be avoiding that further trips to the beach. I can guarantee you that. Well, hope you have a good weekend. Thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Have a good weekend yourself there. Say hello to Mary Ann, right? Mentioned earlier this 3.5, whatever it is, trillion-dollar spending package that the Democrats are pushing like hell to get through. I mean, technically, looking to go it alone, even. Trying to go through the reconciliation process where they would only need their 50 Democrats to shove it through without any Republican support. They've been working to hammer it out. It's not completely exactly put together. It's not finalized, but we do have some highlights of what they've laid out at the committee level this past week. Starting with spending measures, Democrats hope to create the country's first federal leave program. They're proposing up to 12 weeks of universal paid family and medical leave to workers nationwide. The program would be rolled out over the next decade and include 12 weeks leave. For those who suffer a personal illness, the program would expand upon requirements for employers under the Family and Medical Leave Act. Let's see. There's things involving retirement that would mandate certain employers who don't currently have workers enrolled in employer-sponsored retirement plans to automatically enroll them in individual retirement accounts or 401k type plans. Democrats also want to make the retirement savings contribution credit for low-income Americans who don't make enough to pay taxes, known as the Savers Credit, refundable. The current iteration of the Savers Credit is non-refundable, which means it can only be used to reduce the earner's tax liability to zero. I guess they want to give more, is that? Healthcare, there's a bunch in that category, hoping to add dental, vision, hearing benefits to traditional Medicare. Dental coverage is popular among those who use Medicare Advantage, with about 94% of enrollees opting for that. Only an estimated 47% of all Medicare beneficiaries do not have dental care covered. They want to expand Obamacare subsidies that reduce the amount enrollees pay to 8.5% or less of their income. Invest $190 billion to increase access to home-based care and services to elderly, those with disabilities. Address a funding shortfall in the World Trade Center Health Program, $2.86 billion for that program. $36 billion to infrastructure and funding for public health departments to construct and modernize health facilities and expand capacity for training. $15 billion in pandemic preparedness investments. Things like strengthening supply chains, supporting vaccine manufacturing, bolstering the strategic national stockpile. Things along the lines of drug price changes. Transportation. Now, that's where we start to get into our Green New Deal. $10 billion in funding to support planning and development of public high-speed rail projects. $10 billion to expand service areas and increase services in low-income and disadvantaged parts of the country. $3.95 billion in competitive grants to reconnect communities divided by existing infrastructure barriers and benefit disadvantaged communities. $6 billion for surface transportation projects. $1 billion for investment in projects using low-emission aviation technology. $1 billion for climate-resilient infrastructure construction and improvements for the Coast Guard. $788 million for a new polar security cutter. $350 million for a new icebreaker for the Great Lakes. Let's see. Climate and environment and energy issues. In a broad sense, the spending package is meant to have the United States generate 80% of its power from clean energy sources and cut carbon emissions in half by 2030. $4 billion to reduce surface transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions. $3 billion for private sector projects to reduce carbon emissions. $1 billion to convert buildings managed or owned by the administration into, quote, high-performance green buildings. $150 billion for the Clean Electricity Performance Program that requires electric providers to increase the percentage of clean energy given to customers by 4% year over year. Providers will be given grants if they meet the goal or fined if they fall short. $13.5 billion in spending on electric vehicle infrastructure, charging stations and whatnot. $5 billion to replace some heavy-duty vehicles like school buses, trash trucks with zero-emission vehicles. $9 billion toward transmission improvements to the electric grid. $17.5 billion to help decarbonize federal fleets and buildings. $18 billion toward home energy efficiency and appliance rebates to reduce energy usage. $27.5 billion to local, state, and nonprofit climate institutions that support developing low-emission and zero-emission technology. $30 billion to remove and replace lead service lines. $10 billion for Superfund site cleanups. It goes on and on into technology, immigration. Oh, there's one of the keys right there. Did you catch the fact that we're going to allow 8 million illegals, a.k.a. dreamers, who came into this country as children, undocumented essential workers, and those in the temporary protected status program to apply for permanent residency. Yet to be determined if the Senate parliamentarian would allow immigration measures into the final bill through the reconciliation process. Certain things cannot be included in that. This bill is supposed to be pertaining to budgeting. They're talking about sneaking in 8 million illegals becoming legal residents. Revenue measures got a whole bunch when it comes to taxes. Raising the corporate income tax, increasing the capital gains rate, increasing the top marginal tax rate, increased taxes on tobacco and nicotine products, change the international tax code for companies with foreign income. It would increase from 10.5 to 16.6%. Expand the child tax credit to that's extended till 2025. All right, provide the IRS with $80 billion to strengthen tax enforcement efforts. They hope they're going to recoup that over the next 10 years. They have various tax and spending provisions, which House leadership hopes to clock in at about $3.5 trillion. That's kind of the highlights, the Reader's Digest version, if you know what I mean, because each of those categories probably have hundreds of pages of fine print in them. It's about 9 before the hour. Get back to the calls after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good morning to Vic out there listening and send me a couple of emails. First, the Carolina squad. He said, Steve, that goes back to the Shine Runners, the forerunners of NASCAR. It was very unsafe, but it was to mask when they were hauling a load. If the car had weight, it was not as apt to go airborne. Without weight, the trapped air could lift the front off the road. That's when lowering the front rake became a fad. You mentioned a new scale on US 23 in Kentucky there. That road famous for two things, moonshine running and Thunder Road between Harlan, Kentucky and Knoxville. Yep, Thunder Road. Now, lastly, Biden talking about government investment is an example of backward thinking. Investing is not taking money from someone else without promising a return to spend on questionable projects. Yeah, a lot of that's what I just ran down from that bill. And going back to last evening's program, he chimed in after hearing Lone Ranger about this time yesterday morning. Steve, listening to Ranger, it kind of reminds me of episodes I've been familiar with since my younger days, and family members started passing. In general, Ranger pointed out the source of most inheritance problems. Older people trusted everybody, many of whom were not to be trusted. whether it be their ministers, club, or fraternal organization, things of that nature. The era of deregulation added to the problems. At the same time, Medicare/Medicaid increased their financial ability to pay for long-term care. The regulations resulting in all types of schemes to keep nursing homes from getting all the assets. After many of the people I know had similar experiences, they're just distributing assets while they're alive, conserving what they believe will be needed. The only risk there is if long-term care is needed. Medicare, Medicaid can recoup money from inheritors if it's not properly done. So now Biden's trying to reinstate the lower levels of the estate tax. You see, Steve, the government does not make it easy to make, spend, or give money away, and the FBI has a whole division for elder abuse, when actually the government is the biggest cause of these financial abuse schemes. All right, thank you for checking in. Hey there, Eagle, you hanging in there? I think that would be a no. That would be a snore. He'll wake up. What's going on, Pappy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I was going to say, what day is it?
Yeah.
What day is it?
Friday.
It's Friday. Yes, sir. Hey, man, Philip brought up a good point. You just did. Sick days. Yeah, Steve, I'm not so sure the government should be mandating employees, or employers rather, to give 12 weeks of sick days. Are you kidding me, Steve?
Seems rather significant, yes.
Yes. Listen, I get it. Nobody should have to go to work when they're sick, and you don't want to see anybody not get paid for it. Steve, my first job in construction, when I got out of the Navy, you didn't work, you didn't get paid, Steve. If you were sick, we didn't have any sick days, right? You didn't get paid.
Mm-hmm.
And hold on, let's turn this radio down. If it rained all day and you couldn't work, you didn't get paid. Or if it was 20 below zero and you couldn't work, you didn't get paid. Many days I worked in pouring down rain, and many days I worked when it was 10 below zero, Steve. That's a fact. Believe that. But I don't know about forcing businesses to, and you can think of it this way. Well, the government might say the government reimburses these businesses, right? Well, so we're still paying for it. Man, I'm just not hip on 12 weeks, Steve, and that's what you said, right?
That's what the fine print said.
And listen, I'm telling you right now, where I work, in any business, you're going to have people abuse the hell out of that, Steve. I can honestly say, in the 30 years I've been working for this department, I never called in sick if I wasn't sick. I've never been like, I think I'll go play golf today. Can I get off? No, we don't have the manpower. Screw it, calling sick. Never. But there's people that do it. And I'm telling you right now, they mandate 12 weeks of sick time on employers. So an employer is going to have to pay some dude, 3 months out of the year if there's an employee that wants to abuse this.
Yeah, it says if you suffer a personal illness. Now, I mean, this is the way it reads. They're proposing up to 12 weeks of universal paid family and medical leave to workers nationwide, rolled out over the next decade to include 12 weeks leave for those who suffer a personal illness. Family Medical Leave Act. So
Okay.
I don't know if you have if you have a heart attack or whatever, and you're going to be out for, I don't know, you're going to be out for 3 months with that?
Steve, the whole reason the FMLA came around, right, is if you did have a heart attack, right, and say your employer, some businesses have them, some don't. My department, they give us 15 sick days a year. If you don't use them, they accumulate.
Right.
But say you get 10 sick days a year and you go over them sick days and for some reason say you have a heart attack, right? The FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act, came around to prevent the employer from firing somebody, for losing work due to an illness. That's how it originally started. It wasn't to pay people, to be off work. It was to prevent the employer from being able to fire this individual for having a heart attack and he's going to be off for 3 months. They will hold your job. And, and I don't have a problem with that, but I have a problem with government mandating businesses. You will pay these people 12 weeks, 3 months out of the year. There's going to be too many people abuse that, Steve. That's the only problem I have with, but I get it. What Philip was saying, do you want somebody coming to work, coughing COVID all over you?
Exactly. Right.
Nope.
Right.
Not me. Sure don't. Stay home.
Well, and I remember when you started feeling ill, you went out and got yourself the home COVID test kit. You wanted to make sure you didn't have it.
Yeah, I took that test before I came back to work. Anyway, food for thought. You're at the top of the hour. Y'all have a good weekend. Be safe. Peace.
All right, enjoy your weekend. A little R&R, right? It is a news update, top of the hour, and we've got our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
America could be one step closer soon to COVID-19 booster shots for those 16 years of age and older. A Friday meeting of the FDA aims to evaluate safety and effectiveness data submitted by the maker Pfizer-BioNTech. The all-day session will be live-streamed on the FDA's website and its YouTube channel. President Biden saying he'd like to see additional booster shots approved by the 20th of this month, as right now they are approved only for people who are immunocompromised. A rally this Saturday in Washington, D.C. has the National Guard preparing to deploy if need be, and a fence has gone up around the Capitol again. Around 700 to 1,000 demonstrators are reportedly planning to gather to support more than 600 people who were arrested during the January attack at the Capitol. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The fiancé of a missing 22-year-old Florida woman is now listed by police as a person of interest in the disappearance of Gabby Petito. She was reported missing by her family almost a month ago. Her father expressing extreme frustration that Brian Laundrie, her fiancé, won't talk about anything he may know about his daughter's whereabouts.
You can't have a more frustrating situation.
Meanwhile, Brian Laundrie's family isn't speaking either.
The Petito family attorney, Richard Stafford, on Thursday read part of the family's statement begging for their daughter's fiancé and his parents to help with the investigation.
As a parent, how could you let us go through this pain?
I'm Tim Berg.
Republican Congressman from Ohio, Anthony Gonzalez, tweeting tonight he's not seeking re-election. He was one of 10 U.S. House Republicans voting to impeach President Trump. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Dog racing has been in some American states for over 100 years, but its popularity really peaked in 1985. But in the years that have followed, state laws have led to the closure of racetracks all across the country. And now, after Florida's tracks closed at the end of 2020, Iowa and Arkansas's tracks are going to be closing by the end of next year. The one in Dubuque, Iowa, making that official with an announcement today. It means only 2 active commercial dog race tracks will still be in existence, and they're both in West Virginia. Afghan citizens who proved allies to the U.S. military and government who were lucky enough to be able to come to the United States are starting to arrive, and more are on the way.
The Biden administration notified governors and mayors on Wednesday the number of Afghan evacuees their state is expected to receive in the coming weeks. The initial group of 37,000 Afghans will soon be headed to states across the country. California is projected to receive the largest number of Afghans at just over 5,200. Next is Texas at nearly 4,500. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
One of the 10 House Republicans to vote to impeach former President Trump is not going to seek re-election now. On Twitter, Anthony Gonzalez of Ohio said the decision was made in order to have more time with his family, and he was considering the decision long before his vote on that issue. Gonzalez did vote to impeach Trump following the January 6th Capitol riot. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good morning to Gary, a.k.a. Moon, M-O-O-N. That spells weekend, right? Just saw a post he placed on Facebook. Yeah, you are 100% correct there, Gary. He said, if anybody has Biden's ear, can you tell him he's needed in Del Rio, Texas? You got to see this because it is off the charts. But remember, if you don't take the shot, you're going to be fired. These people that are streaming in from Mexico don't have to get the shot, but working Americans do. That is correct. Yeah, and I know you probably just woke up earlier this morning. We found that this past evening, Thursday evening, the Federal Aviation Administration put a temporary flight, what do they call it, restriction. No flights over that bridge for the next 2 weeks. Yeah, Fox News says they've been putting their drone, and I think many various media outlets have had their drones up in the air getting actual video footage of what the hell's going on down there. And for whatever reason, they're going to try to black that out for the next couple of weeks because the number of the surge in there, number I saw from like yesterday was more than 8,200. Yeah, I think Eagle said that he was hearing some of the numbers down there in Texas saying there may very well be like 20,000 packed in there under that bridge, waiting to come in. They don't want the people to see those astronomical numbers. Was that the number you heard, Eagle? Close to 20,000 there now? Eagle, we got you back up here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You said 20,000. Yeah, 20,000 people, they say, is under this bridge down in Del Rio. Yeah, did you get a chance to look it up? I didn't get a chance to look it up after I hung up with you from the first call, but I'm going to look it up after I hang up with you. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk about a couple other things about, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. I thought the phone, I got a bad signal. But yeah, I wanted to talk a couple things about Joe Biden and this situation with the border situation. Remember this, Steve. Like I told you last night on the call, I said, because I know you got some Joe Biden people out there that support this guy. Why, I don't know. But for those of those people who say that Joe Biden is concerned about the southern border and who comes in and who comes out of the United States, I'm just going to give you one line before I move on to the Afghan situation. Joe Biden has been in the White House eight months now. Joe Biden has yet to be seen on the southern border from Texas all the way to California. There's plenty of places that Joe Biden could have visited and check out the situation and see what could be done to stop. Notice I said the word stop, see. Stop the flow of these people into the country. But see, here's the deal. Joe Biden is not concerned about the flow of the people. Stop people from flowing into this country illegally. That's why Joe Biden is not going to the southern border to look at it or to stop it, nor is Kamala Harris. In no time future, they can care who comes into this country at this point. Now, let me talk about the Afghan situation, another situation that Joe Biden created with his stupidity, with all the American people that got left behind, that helped the United States. People got left in the cold by this guy. I don't know if you heard this today, Steve. When I heard this, I was totally appalled when I heard this. And one of the reporters had the nerve to ask the guy, he said, well, what do you think we should do with these people? You know something, Steve, do you realize that when these people flew into the United States of America, and as they exited the airplane, there were there were Afghan people that were unloading off of this plane, and they were walking off planes with 12 and 13-year-old girls, and the people thought that they were their daughters, these girls that were walking with these men. But guess what? Big surprise, Steve. These 12 and 13-year-old girls were the wives of these Afghan men. Mm-hmm. That's what they do in their country. Then they had the nerve to say, well, what do you think we should do? Well, last time I checked, if you having sex with a 12 or 13-year-old girl and you 40 or 50, that's called child rape as far as I'm concerned. And the guy needs to go to jail, and the girl needs to be set free because a lot of those girls don't want to be with those men anyway. But this is what Joe Biden has brought into the United States, Steve, a bunch of men that's married to children. So, like, I'm going to repeat myself one more time. Anybody who thinks that Joe Biden cares about America, if Joe Biden cares about kids, just ask yourself, would you want your 12 or 13-year-old daughter being married to a 40-year-old man? And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
During the testimony this week, Ted Cruz was hammering Anthony Blinken about just that exact time. That's one of many. Yeah, you need to go back, and I think I shared that link this past morning on Facebook. Gilligan had sent that to me originally. But, questioning him about what we're seeing these young girls coming off these flights, come to find out that They're what they call the child brides of these men, the way it works there under the Taliban in Afghanistan. He tried to brush it off. He did not want to give a direct answer, which is the way they typically work. He did admit, we're paying close attention, and if we see the need, we will separate these girls from the men. He asked for a number. Cruz asked how many. Could not answer that question. If you'd like, I can check further into that. And all right, Del Rio, Texas. That number of 20,000 Eagle brought up, he's correct. The mayor of Del Rio warning on Wednesday this massive group nearing the U.S. border. In an interview with KENS Channel 5, Del Rio's mayor claimed there are currently 5,600 unprocessed illegals living under the bridge. The aliens are coming up from Acuna, across the Rio Grande, into the United States and Del Rio. He said reporters on the scene that they've been attempting to contact Homeland Security for the last 48 hours with no response. These individuals are actually just waiting to be detained, to get processed, so they can be released into the U.S. and continue their journey. Right now, we've got 3,000 in detention in Del Rio. What is the Border Patrol supposed to do with an influx of not 4,000, but 20,000 migrants that are coming into the Del Rio sector? He finished his statement by begging for Homeland Security to step in before this new wave arrives. They see him coming. Yesterday, I think there were, again, more than 8,200. They're arriving in droves by the minute. They're in Del Rio. And what, as Eagle brought up earlier as well, what is of great concern is many of them are from the country of Haiti. All right. Hey, good morning, Sylvester. You were finally able to get through. What's going on?
Man, I got to tell you. So initially, I thought it was a problem with my system because, I just recently changed carriers. The next thing I was thinking, I thought you might have done a knuckle buster on me and banned me from calling.
No.
No, I was just half joking when I said that. Notice I said half joking. And then the other thing I thought of was, that's a good sign, actually. If the lines are full, that means you got a lot of callers. That's a good thing. And I'm looking right now, mate, and it says, mate, listen to me. I'm getting all Australian with you. It's 116 watching right now just on the YouTube. That's not counting the app. That's not counting, Facebook, etc. Dude, and look at the total number of subscribers. It's double what it was. When did you say that you had to go to 1,000 so you could get the stream on? It was pretty early on.
Yeah,
March.
Yep.
So the show is growing. That's great. That's fantastic. Now, people, you got to get out and buy the products. And when you buy the product, make sure you know that you heard it here on Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And also, use that overnight drive code when you check out if you order online, because they know if you're using overnight drive, you heard about it here. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. And that's the hot shot secret. If the other people that are on here, the other companies that are advertising, make sure that they know about it too. The other thing too was got distracted here. Sorry. I totally got distracted there. First off, Lucky Penny, God bless you. Stay well. I hope you're okay. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Hired Gun has also had a positive COVID test.
Really?
He's a long time I don't know. Have you called in much hired gun? I mean, I know you're on the YouTube right now, but he lives where I'm from, in Georgia, and I just found out too that someone I went to high school with just passed away from COVID as well. So, and he again, typical story, had major health complications that were, probably the real reason why he passed away. Lots of stuff going on over here. As you know, since June, I think it was end of June, we've been on lockdown. Now, it's not what people think of when they think of lockdown. They think that people are, the police and the army are walking the streets with guns and you can't step out of your house and that kind of thing. You would think that there's very little difference in what's going on. Now, the bad side. So, you can't leave. This is Sydney. This is just the Sydney area. You can't leave out of certain areas. They did have a curfew for a while where you had to be, in your home by 10 p.m. They've tried to stop the spread. It hasn't slowed down really. It's spreading to this area that I'm in now, COVID. We managed to stay out of having a COVID outbreak for the majority of the time. Do you need to go to break, man?
We can take care of that 2-minute timeout here before we get too far behind. So we'll do that. I did get a message here just a moment ago from David, who was talking about Chicago early. Steve, I made it to our Chicago terminal. The interstates are in much better shape, but there's still a lot of people driving around in pure Chicago fashion with the flags flying. So I'd suggest drivers still maybe check your maps, just be extra cautious out there. All right, I don't know, was Thursday that Hispanic Day, or is it actually today and they're getting an early start? I'm not exactly sure. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll jump right back over to the land down under. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Gotta keep those advertisers happy, man. Gotta keep them happy. All right, so two things real quick. One, I am currently once again in isolation because we had a COVID case come to my store, and I had to get tested. And until I get the negative results, I just got tested like a bit over 24 hours ago. Until I get the negative result, I'm not able to work. And talking about the type of leave, I've got a type of leave now that's called stand down. This is paid for by the company that I work for. And because I am not allowed to work, they have to pay me. So, but to thicken the sauce a bit, I actually was supposed to go on to vacation today, starting today. So instead of being paid vacation pay, they have to pay me my regular pay, which is, it just means I'm not using my vacation time until that negative result comes in. So, what else to tell you? As far as, did you heard about the pact with, and I know you heard about what Biden said.
Right. The whole deal, sharing our submarine technology with you guys. And I guess France has got their panties in a wad or something because of that?
Yeah, that's kind of a side story to it, but the real thing is what Biden said, about this, that fellow from down under. And people are looking and going, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this guy's brain? What's wrong with him? And everybody's realizing. In fact, there's a guy named Alan Jones down here. Not Alex, it was Alex Jones. Anyway, I get those two mixed up. Was it Alex Jones in the States?
Alex Jones over here and Alan Jones on your side, yeah.
Alex Jones over there. Yeah, he works for Sky News, who's essentially the same thing as Fox News. But I think Sky News down here is a little bit more conservative than Fox News. And he said, this guy is senile. How on earth did he get elected president? I was listening to his report last night, and it's true, how on earth? I talked to an American a couple of mornings ago, and I asked her, because I knew that she voted for Biden, and I said to her, so how you feel about Biden now? And she just shook her head. She says, I really, really, really wish we had Trump in there. And I looked at her and I said, you're kidding me. I didn't expect that response from her. I said, you're kidding me. She says, yeah, I really wish I hadn't voted for Biden. So there's a lot of stuff going on. But the big thing from that news conference wasn't just the technology transfer. It was actually the pact that was signed by Australia, the UK, and the US. Okay? And that's huge, because also at the same time, what's going on is the whole thing with Taiwan, which is actually right now the Chinese are in getting their panties in a wad, so to speak, because Biden is now saying to Taiwan leadership that we're going to change the name of the Taipei something, the representative office there in DC. They're actually going to change the name of it to the Taiwan representative office, and China's just gone ballistic about that because that makes it sound more. It's almost like a Taiwanese embassy, and that's exactly what needs to happen. But when it happens, the Chinese are now saying that there will be a significant military response. That's what they say. That's what their words were. So in saying all that, there's more that's been happening. The Japanese have, I don't know if you're aware of this, have put missiles on an island that's near Okinawa, essentially to help support Taiwan if attacked. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of that. I knew that there was kind of some tensions raised this week because North Korea fired missiles, then South Korea fired missiles, but I know Japan was very upset about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's unfortunate that we've got this idiot in the White House who is basically a figurehead, basically a puppet. And I don't know who's got his hand up his butt. You have to know that the ilk of people like George Soros have to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
The way the whole Afghanistan thing was done, etc., you just have to shake your head and wonder. Look, man, I know you're at the bottom of the hour, so I'll let you go. But look, people, fight for your freedoms. I see your future. It ain't good. You don't let them do it. Anyway, Steve.
Thanks,
man. I'm listening.
Thank you for listening. All right. Good luck there with the quarantine, the lockdown, and all right. Yeah, it is news break time here. Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
America could be one step closer soon to COVID-19 booster shots for those 16 years of age and older. A Friday meeting of the FDA aims to evaluate safety and effectiveness data submitted by the maker Pfizer-BioNTech. The all-day session will be live-streamed on the FDA's website and its YouTube channel. President Biden saying he'd like to see additional booster shots approved by the 20th of this month, as right now they are approved only for people who are immunocompromised. A rally this Saturday in Washington, D.C. has the National Guard preparing to deploy if need be, and a fence has gone up around the Capitol again. Around 700 to 1,000 demonstrators are reportedly planning to gather to support more than 600 people who were arrested during the January attack at the Capitol. And this is USA Radio News.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Melberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I don't know if you had the opportunity to see that video. I also shared that with my Facebook friends earlier this week. The cops that were pretty much ambushed in Florida, all caught on camera. A routine traffic stop that turned violent after the 2 Florida deputies were ambushed, left 1 person dead. According to the Brevard County Sheriff, was a perfect example of what's wrong with our criminal justice system. Dash cam video shows what appeared to be a routine traffic stop of a car with 3 adults and a 2-month-old infant inside. It ultimately turned into a deadly shootout. But the shootout was with a man described as a violent career criminal. The sheriff briefed the public days after the shooting in West Melbourne, Florida. He said, this case is a perfect example. What's wrong with the criminal justice system? When a registered career criminal with 23 felony charges, 17 misdemeanor charges, multiple convictions of violent offenses, and 2 active and pending drug trafficking cases is on the streets, where he can attempt to kill our deputies and put other lives at risk, something is wrong with our system. It's time we have a society of law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, he said. This career criminal, later identified as 38-year-old Paris Wilder of Cocoa, Florida, he jumped out of the car and started shooting at the deputies after his weapon apparently jammed. He used the butt of his rifle to beat Deputy Brian Potters before being fatally shot by Deputy Tyler Toman. Potters was the second deputy on the scene, suffered a gunshot wound to the lower leg, a concussion, fractures to the orbital bone and sinuses, and multiple head lacerations. Toman, the first officer on the scene, ultimately uninjured. As I've said several times before, if you point a gun at one of my deputies, you just guaranteed yourself a trip to one of 3 locations: the hospital, the morgue, or if you're lucky, real lucky, the hospital and jail. Let there be no doubt, this individual got exactly what he deserved. And to those out there that might be foolish enough to ask why we shot him so many times, the answer is simple, and that's the quote that's getting so much attention. His quote was, "Evil can never be dead enough." He described the incident as the dash cam video played. At one point during the traffic stop, the passenger in the back seat with the 2-month-old baby was asked to exit the vehicle, at which time he immediately jumped out, produced a short stock rifle, and began firing at the deputy closest to him. He said, when I tell you that we're blessed that God was watching over our deputies and those present at the scene, I mean that from the bottom of my heart, he said. But then there were, in the dash cam video, I mean, got this guy running around shooting. I guess, thank God, the gun jammed. But eventually, I think he got shot in the leg first, so he's still hopping around trying to fire. And when he does go down, that officer that was still up pretty much emptied his magazine. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know how many shots he fired, but people were wanting to say, was that really necessary? Did he have to shoot him so many times? That's just not right. No, the dude had to, the object was making sure the threat had been eliminated. And I mean, can you imagine with that kind of a rap sheet, 23 felony convictions, 17 misdemeanors, wanted on 2 separate drug charges at the time? How are people like that actually walking the streets? That's the question the sheriff's asking. How? How many chances do you get? And then for some to say he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve that fate. Hey, good morning, blind man. How we doing this morning?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I'm going to have a procedure done this morning. It's called balloon dilation on my prostate, so I'm not really looking forward to it, but it's got to be done. Anyhow, yesterday I was listening to Sebastian Gorka, and he was talking about some former state senator or congressperson from Pennsylvania that put up billboards showing Biden dressed up in Taliban clothing, and the caption says, "Make the Taliban great again." So I got through to Sebastian. I said, can I have that billboard shrunk down onto a T-shirt? And can you send me a T-shirt? So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I can get that T-shirt and wear it around and annoy the left even more. And I'm just wondering if anybody has seen those billboards in Pennsylvania.
All I've seen is just the pictures of the billboards, like on Facebook, and I don't know how many there are, but there's a handful of them out there. I haven't heard from any listeners that actually have said they've seen one in person yet, but that's sending the message, making the Taliban great again. That's exactly what we're doing.
Exactly. And so I hope this gets done on a T-shirt and everybody start wearing them. That's really going to annoy the left.
No doubt about it.
But you guys have a good weekend, and I'll check in sometime next week.
All right, good luck with your procedure today. Hope all goes well, and we'll chat somewhere down the line, about 17 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Morning to Truck and Phil. Semper Fi, as he always says. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Well, September 20th, when we come back in Monday, will be the full moon, the harvest moon. All right, ready to depart Fort Wayne for that big Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. There we are, down to 99 days till Christmas. I know earlier on the, I think on the YouTube or Facebook, whichever he was on, I saw old Cool Breeze was out there chatting with some of the folks, and yeah, he made sure to mention that 99 days till Christmas. Hello, Cool Breeze, if you're still with us. All right, let's see there. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Let's finish this old truck driving radio up there, Mr. Steve Sommers, and get to a good weekend there. if you shoot at me, I promise you, you know, the Bible tells you to be absent from the body is to be in the presence of Almighty God. I promise you, that's the first place you're going when you shoot at me there. I read a scary story. Since 2019, Steve, half of the gun buyers are women. Well, if they find 3 bullet holes within a size of a quarter on a dead body, the first thing they start looking for is a woman. And that's a scary thought. They do it just like pointing their finger. They don't take aim at nothing. They just point their finger at whatever they're going to shoot, and that's it. If I win the lottery, Steve, you, Mama Sommers, myself, and Mama Knucklebuster, we're going on one of them 1-year cruises, buddy.
A 1-year cruise? Wait a minute, that's expensive.
Yeah, but if I win the lottery, we'll have enough money. So it's all depend on the lottery. I wouldn't hold your breath, though. The reason they ain't worried about them women over in Afghanistan, they all probably friends with Jeffrey Epstein there, right? And I read where old Jen Psaki, she dismissed concerns about Biden's recent coughing there on his speeches.
I saw that.
Saying this, well, if he gets COVID and dies, boy, we'll be stuck with Kamala. Good Lord. Hey, Mama Knucklebuster said she never did get her cold. Can you say my phone number?
I've got it here still. I'll put that right there with just me, I'll submit both of those this morning.
I'll call you after the show and give it to you so you can send it to her there. That way we know that she said she ain't modeling no wet T-shirts, Steve. I said, but they're black. Can't even see nothing through them. She said she didn't care. She ain't wearing nothing wet. Thanks Sylvester for helping. Yeah, thanks Sylvester for helping me out. Buy some Pluto headset from Stellar Electronics. Buy that Hot Shot Secret. Put overnight drive code in the box at checkout. Thank Mr. Chris Beltrick for Steve Summers overnight drive radio and the free shipping in the USA. Got that 100% money back guarantee. Buy some of Steve's products too there, baseball caps, travel mugs, and especially you women buy his T-shirts there. Call that after hours show. And I got a challenge to the drivers, Steve. Get your wife to call Steve Summers on the radio and let's see what they say.
Oh.
And that's all my baloney, hogwash, and garbage for this week. Have a great, blessed weekend, brother.
All right, thank you much. All right, speaking of the weekend here, it's almost here. Tomorrow, Saturday, we're talking about Saturday. It's the Enderley Memorial Pool-Off, Champaign County Fairgrounds. Josh will be heading that way, I'm guessing, today, because he'll be setting up the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth there. Final stop for the Hot Shot Secrets on the NTPA Tour. End of the season, they call it the All-Star Event. Top 100 poolers from around the country fighting for over $100,000 in prize money. Now, Kyle was supposed to be headed down to Florida for today and Saturday because this is going to be the second to the last stop for the Outlaw Diesel Super Series at Emerald Coast Dragway in the Panhandle of Florida. A couple of days ago, he updated saying they have canceled that event due to the weather in the Panhandle. I know they got a lot of rain. Yes, they had, with the tail end of the storm, the tropical system as it pushed through there. So, all right, so I guess Kyle just gets a weekend to relax. Meanwhile, about 11 before the hour, not a whole lot of time left, but we've got clear lines. You want to jump in here for the last few minutes? It is 844-844-3388. It's the first time we've had a clear lines all morning. So we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, let's get a few calls in here as we wind things down this Friday morning. Who we got on the line? It says Luna.
Little Kahuna.
Little Kahuna. Okay, I didn't understand that. What's going on, Kahuna?
Oh, just doing the job here. Hey, I want to comment on your sign there about the Biden there. There's one on 81 North in Pennsylvania, just before you get to Pine Grove.
And you've seen it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I saw it last night. I couldn't. I tried to get a picture, but I couldn't get it that quick.
Yeah. Okay. Do they?
All right. I just wanted.
Do you know who put those signs up? Who's paying for that? Any idea?
I don't know, but there's one there and one up the road, so I don't know who's signing them or who's paying for them. But I think it's Park Outdoor, but I'm not really sure.
Okay. Hey, well, you're a first-time caller, Luna the Kahuna, correct?
Yes, sir. First-time caller. Listen to you and your dad for years.
Oh, boy. So have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet?
Yes, I did a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I called and talked to Larry. I had an engine problem with using oil. I put the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator in, and I don't know if it fixed it, but it seemed to solve the problem for right now.
Okay, well, that's great. Well, I'm going to get you a code, all right, so you can get some of the Diesel Extreme, maybe some FR3 for the next time where you don't need the Stiction Eliminator, $60, whatever you want to order there, all right? Thanks for being a listener to the program and supporting the show.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a great morning, a great weekend. There you go. Love those first-time callers. Hey, would this be the Nighthawk, I believe?
Yeah, Steve, first-time caller. Been listening a long time. I tried to get on when Chris was on there. All I got was a busy signal. So I don't know what was going on that night.
That meant the lines were full.
They might have been. I'll be going up through Pine Grove here in about 3 hours, so I'm going to look for that sign. The Biden sign.
Yes, yeah, making the Taliban great again.
Yeah, I've been running team with my wife. Let me see. Yeah, I'm 31 years and 4 months. So she calls in for the first time. She'd get a cold too.
Well, I got your number down here, Nighthawk. You're a first-time caller, right?
Yeah, so I say if my better half calls, she gets a cold too.
Sure, we'll have her call some night. Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, that sounds like a winner to me, buddy.
You'll take that? All right.
Heck yeah, for sure. All right, I guess that's about it.
Well, thank you for checking in.
Long time listener.
Long time listener. First time caller. That's what you got to say, right? Okay.
Well, I talked to your dad before, back when he was on the AM. So
that's been a big bunch of years ago. He left 700 in 2004. And so you're going back a few years there. Maybe time to squeeze Dan in, I believe. Would this be Dan or no?
Yeah, Steve, it's Dan. Hey, I just got a quick question. I was on vacation last week, and I come back, and the 6-hour cartoon number didn't work no more. I was just wondering what happened with it.
They made a change. They had, it was still charging some people for the penny per minute or whatever, and Big Moose changed it over. And I think now, if you got T-Mobile, what kind of service do you have? Do you have T-Mobile?
I've got Verizon.
I think you'd be all right. I can give you the new number, and anybody else that wants to jot it down, because they changed it about a week or 2 weeks ago, something like that. Probably when you were on vacation.
Right, probably so then.
Okay. New number is area code 605-562-8400. And it kind of sounds like the old line did. You got to have the PIN code, which would be 739-9447.
Well, thank you very much. And the previous caller, did you pick up on that? He said he'd been running a team with his wife, 20 years, 4 months, 3 days, and 13 hours. It might be time getting split the team up there a little bit.
I wasn't paying close enough attention, but yeah, he's got it down to the hours, right?
Yeah. Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I wonder, is that a good thing or a bad thing? What he meant by that? It's.
Yeah, I was wondering myself.
All right, Dan. Well, I guess they'll be looking forward to hear from you on the post-game show, as they call it, right? I don't know. We got about a minute to let me squeeze Eagle in here real quick. Like that. Something to say about Ted Cruz before you go, right?
Yeah. Hey, Steve. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me know that. I'm getting ready to look at the video after I hang up with you. But I just wanted to say something right quick. That just goes to show you that the Biden administration is embarrassed at the way they're handling this border situation. Like you said today, I didn't know that until you said it tonight, that they got a ban on drones for the next 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why they got a ban on those drones, Steve. They don't want those videos getting, because they already got videos on YouTube right now. Like I say, I'm getting ready to look at it as soon as I hang up with you. But for all those people out there who think Joe Biden don't have nothing to hide, there's your answer right there. Yep. He has banned drones from flying over the bridge where these people are being housed at, because he don't want people to see the crisis at the border.
Have a great weekend, Eagle. Check out that video. Yeah, I mean, if the number is going to be 20,000 later today, can you imagine the sight from overhead? What a humanitarian disaster. All right, there you go. Thanks for dialing us up there at the last minute. Filled those last 10 minutes, and thanks to everyone for tuning us in. Wrapping up another week, final week of summer. We'll join you back. Hope you'll be back here with us Sunday night, Monday morning at the midnight hours. We'll kick off another week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream